Okay, I think that we are live. Hi! This is my first ever live stream. I'm really excited, a little bit nervous, but today in this video I'm going to be taking you through the entire process, start to finish, on exactly how to customize sneakers on a pair of canvas Vans shoes. But today I'm going to start out first of all by doing the mock-up. So first things first, please excuse me, this is my first time ever doing a live stream, so it might take me a little while, I might make a couple of mistakes, but here we go. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my browser here on Chrome, and I am going to type in Angelus Direct. Direct. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a template. So if we head over to the FAQ section over here, FAQ section, we can pop in over here and go to shoe mockups. And that way, that is a good way to find out if we could have a little PSD document that we could just drop into Photoshop. Ah, here we go. There's a Vans mockup template that I can just quickly download here and open it up into Photoshop. Okay, it looks like some kind of a leather Vans. But what I actually wanted was a top-down version, so in preparation for this, I actually have got my little images here. So first things first, I'm just going to click and drag this this image over here. That's a horrible background. Let's just pop new layer. Why is this not working? Here we go. New layer. So let's put a nice little, let's make the background black here for a moment. In fact, we're going about this all wrong. New project. Let's just start again from scratch. Just go with the default size and just pop in a black background here, and then I will just drag this PNG onto here. That's much better. I don't want that one. I don't know what's going on there. Just drag this guy in here, and we've got a perfectly good left shoe over here. What I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to take this tool over here. I'm not quite sure what it's called. Polygonal lasso tool. I'm just going to get rid of this shoe on the right, and I'm just going to duplicate the shoe on the left so that I can just flip it, and we'll have the two fronts of the shoes, because I'm only really going to sort of paint on the front of the shoe. So let's have a look. See, let's just turn that, rasterize that layer over there. I am no Photoshop whiz, and I'm sure you'll see that very quickly in this tutorial. I've learned just enough to get by. So let's just flip that horizontally, and there we go. We've got our two shoes. All right, so next, I'm going to whip up the Starry Night image over here. So Starry Night, pop it on. It's a little bit dark for my liking. I know these are pretty accurate to Van Gogh. I don't know if I'm saying it right, if it's Van Gogh or Van Gogh. I've heard so many different people saying many different things, but let's have a look. I'm just going to change the vibrance and the saturation a little bit. I want this to be more bright for this pair of shoes. So adjustments, let's brighten it up just a wee bit. Yeah, that's much better than it was before, I think. Let's just pop this here. Yeah, I think for this pair of shoes I want it to be nice and bright, not dull. Not dull at all. Alright, so we'll just rasterize that layer as well. What I like to do, excuse me, is I like to drop the opacity a little bit, just so that I can sort of see where it is on the shoe, so I can just position it accordingly. So I think what I actually want is for these shoes to be, I'm just going to flip them vertically. Control D. Just going to flip it around because these shoes are going to be for me. These are going to be the first custom sneakers I have ever made for myself. So let's just flip them around. Yeah, in the 2 years that I've been doing this, I've had so many people asking me, why are your shoes white? Why is it that you can paint everybody else's shoes but your shoes are white? And I always just tell them that, you know, nobody's going to pay me to do my own shoes. So but that's all changing now with this pair. I'm actually going to put in a little bit of effort, and I'm going to try and make these as awesome as possible. So get that shape right. I think that on the one I do want the church in, so we can just see the churches here. I do want to get the church. Let's put it off. Let's make it a little bit smaller because I want to get the church in, and I also want to get at least one of these sort of starbursts in here, because I mean this is what the artwork is about. So I think what I'm going to do is for the left shoe, well, the one on the right, just going to duplicate this layer for now, but on this side I think that's more or less what I want, and on the other shoe we'll get to that later. So for now, let's just call this, I'm just going to go with the side that it's on, so it's on my right, so right side, and this side will be left side. Alright, we'll just close that off for now. So anyway, what I'm going to do now is I am going to take the pen tool, and I am going to create a little mask in all the areas that are going to get paint. I want these outer sides to stay white, so I will just mask off this area. There's probably a quicker way to do this, but in my experience I spent so much time trying to find clever ways to do things, and sometimes the manual way is just the best. Probably able to save some time, but this is what works for me. Alright, so we'll just use the pen tool all the way around. I want to get that nice and close to the edge. If you've tuned in, please do let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from. I'm very curious to know. I am broadcasting from South Korea. I'm a South African dude broadcasting from South Korea to an American audience. So very curious to know what state you're from, what time it is there. Let me know in the comment section if you're willing. I am very curious. It is midnight here, so yeah, let me know where you're coming from. Alright, this is taking a little while, but that's okay, because this is going to be all worthwhile as soon as I have something something to look at when painting. It's a lot better than just looking at the picture. I'm going to actually be able to visualize it on the shoe, and fortunately I'm only going to have to do this once. So what I like to do, this is very slapdash Photoshop, but I'm just going to take some red and I'm going to use the paint tool, and I'm just going to call a layer red mask. So just pop red mask over there, and what that'll allow me to do, I'll just keep this unselected, and I will just be able to press Control and then reselect that area at any time, which is going to be super useful a little bit later on. So what we'll do is we'll have right mask, and then I'll press Control J, and then that'll duplicate that. Control T to get this to flip horizontally, and we'll just try to get it as perfect as possible. There we go. So that's right, these two layers can stay unselected, and why I did that is because when I'm using this right side image, we can just pop that all the way up now. All I have to do is select the right side mask, and you'll see the marching ants around here. And then everything that is inside this section is now selected. But so if I take the eraser there, and try to erase inside, it'll work inside. It'll work inside, but it won't work outside. So we want the exact opposite. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to select, and I'm going to go to inverse, or you can just press Control Shift R. Now everything outside is going to be editable, actually. But I'm just going to hit the delete button, and boom, we have a cool effect on this right hand shoe. So what I often like to do is just hit this normal button here. These are the blend modes, and then just once you've clicked it once, you can cycle through it with your mouse, and then you can just sort of find a blend mode that looks natural to you. There are a good lot of options here, so I think that this isn't really going to do me much good because there's not much texture visible on the shoes, and it's not really that important anyway. So there we go. Alright, I'm going to do the same thing on the left side. The left side is now selected, and I can open this image and I can choose the section that I want to paint. I feel pretty good about that. It's got a nice swirly whirly. The problem is I kind of like this. This is very, specific to the piece. Maybe I can get a little bit of it in like that. Let's just see what that looks like. So we'll just select that image by pressing Control and then clicking on the little window here. And then, like I said, Control Shift R will select the inverse. And we'll just press delete. And that opacity is a bit low, so we'll pop that back up. And then that's a pretty cool looking pair of shoes. Obviously it's not going to be this bright and powerful on the shoe. And then, while I'm here, while I'm at it, I may as well just let's select the outside here. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do this on this stream, but let's just select the rest of the shoe that is going to be painted, because I don't think I'm going to leave it white. That would be too boring. I think I'm going to go for some kind of a blue. I'm not quite sure which blue just yet. Okay, that's too far. Alright, so doing the same thing that I did on the front of the shoe, all the way around the outside, around the back. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to be done. Okay. Yeah, we don't want any unnecessary white parts, because the white around this edge over here is going to accent the color so nicely, and we don't want to disrupt that by having a whole lot of white in unnecessary places, because it will definitely detract from the nice contrast that the blue is going to provide. So we're just going to go around the inside as well. Paint is going to go in between these lines, so I think this will look pretty cool. We could either do a gradient with an airbrush. I wasn't planning on using an airbrush for this pair. I thought it would be a good tutorial just for everybody to see the process start to finish, whether you have an airbrush or not. This is a fairly easy artwork to do. Obviously not easy to do as well as Mr. Van Gogh does it, but it's very doable, which is why I chose it. Alright, so we're just going to create a new layer here and call it the right sideburns. Sideburns. Don't ask me why. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing as last time. I'm just going to create a mask. So mask. So these are the right sideburn masks. Control D to deselect that. I'm going to press Control J to duplicate that layer. So now we've got left side sideburns. left side sideburns. So and we'll just press Control T, which is transform, and then flip horizontal, so it'll go on the mirror image nicely. Alright, so we'll just try to get the positioning right using the arrow keys for more precise movements. Yeah, that's close enough. Alright, so we've got our masks here. I'm just going to turn those layers off. Those are just for selecting, like I said before, and we'll call these right sideburns and left sideburns. We'll just create a new layer, left sideburns. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a color from inside here. That's quite a nice color. That's sort of like a mid color. So what I'll do is I'll start with the right side. I'm going to press Control and then click on this window, on the right sideburns mask over here. Just select the window, and then I'm going to take the brush, make it nice and big, make sure the opacity is up, and I can paint that color nicely. Then I can do the same thing on the left hand side. Oopsie. I must do the same thing on the left sideburns layer, not the right one. So that looks pretty cool, but I think it might look a little bit better if I am able to do a bit of a gradient. So I'm going to take a darker color here, and I'm going to bring the hardness down considerably and the opacity down considerably. So what it'll look like is like that, a bit of a blur, a bit of a blend. Not sure how I'm going to do this when the time comes, but we'll figure that out when we get there. So left side, Control, click, and then with the same color I'll just bring that fade in here. If I'm feeling really creative, or if this project is taking really quick, I might even bring in that Van Gogh brushstroke sort of imprint into the actual sides of the shoe. But we'll see how tired I am. As I said, it's midnight here, so and I'm going to actually bring a slightly lighter color like that in here, just at the back, just to add a little bit of variety. Let's bring that opacity back up again. Need lighter color here. Got to select the left side. Okay, left side like that, and then select the right side, same thing. Let's actually just see what the blend mode looks like on the left side here. Kind of makes it look quite realistic, doesn't it, with the sort of shadow and gradient, but I think that looks pretty good, yeah. So color burn, let's go with color burn on the right hand side here as well. Color burn. I think that was looking pretty cool. So now we've got a design to work off of. I really love this one on the side here. I'm not quite sold on this one just yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the right side off, and I'm going to do one more. I'm going to drop the Starry Night back into here. Oh dear, I've changed all the colors. Just going to, oopsie. I'm just going to bring that to the top so nothing's interfering with it, and I'm going to recolor it the same way as I did before. This was just for the purposes of making it a little brighter. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate the comment. We are hoping to make some pretty art here on this live stream today, and I'm chomping at the bit to get started, but I'm trying to go through doing good practice so that when I do get started, it's all easy, seamless, no hiccups. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop the opacity again so that I can see exactly where we are working off of here. I think I want more of the trees here. These are quite cool. So just before, I thought that the mountain was looking just a little odd by itself, because this is all, ground, and then the side is just up in the air. So I think just to make it look a little bit better, I think I want to get some of the ground in here, and we also got a little bit of this moon in here, so that's gonna look great. Alright, so Control and click on the window over here for the right side again, bring that opacity up for the Starry Night layer, and then Control-Shift-R to select the inverse and then hit delete. Is that right? No, that's not right. Hit the eraser. Yes, okay. There we go. That's much better. I much prefer that because it kind of almost looks like it goes from one side to the other. There's a lot in between that's missing, but that's okay. I'm pretty happy with this. So what I'll do is I'll just save this as, we'll just head to my folder here for Starry Night, and we'll call this Starry Night Mockup. That's the PSD that I'm saving, just so that I can edit it later if I want to. And then just going to select JPEG here so that we've got a nice Starry Night mockup as well, just as a JPEG. So I can open that while I work and just have it here on the screen in front of me, and I can see my reference nicely without needing Photoshop open. So excellent. I've got Starry Night open here, and I can just keep this open in front of me the whole time while I work. Now for the fun part, getting to the actual painting. So I'm just going to rearrange my system a little bit here and set up my camera. Okay. If you're joining us now, I'd love to know where you're joining us from. As I mentioned earlier, I'm busy here streaming at midnight in South Korea. I know that you're probably from the States, and if you are, I'd love to know what state you're hailing from. Alright, so let's just see if I can get this camera to show up. Thanks for the hearts. Okay, seeming like we're having a problem here with the main camera, so just pause for a moment while I sort that out. Ah, there we go. Wonderful. Let's just recall this. Alright. Cool. Here we got my little desktop here. And we can get started. Alright, so the pair that we're working on today, as I mentioned, is a pair of VANS. So let's just open these up. Nice big UK size 10 shoes. Really difficult to get these here in Asia, but managed to find a pair, so we don't need this anymore. Alright, so we've got our shoes here, nice brand new VANS. First things first, let's take that tag off, because that's just going to be irritating. I had a knife around here somewhere. The knife has jumped ship. Alright. Ah! There it is, right in front of me. Alright, so just pop that open. Just because it's for me, I can just throw that away. If it was for a customer, I would definitely keep that and just reattach it for them. Cool, and we're going to stuff this with some socks. Thank you, Leah. I really appreciate that. Just letting me know that this is actually showing you what I'm hoping it is. Alright, stuffing these guys so that they are sort of more uniform and a lot easier to work with. Do that for the other one. Have I brought enough socks? That is the question. Alright, nice and secure. Alright, so we are going to be doing these Starry Night shoes on this pair of classic white VANS slip-ons. Let's get it nice, this camera, where you can see it as best as possible. Alright. So the colors that we're going to be using for this pair are, unsurprisingly, let's put them out here. I've got yellow, I've got black, presume I will actually use a bit of grey. We'll definitely use some white. I've got some light blue, we've got some uni blue. This is quite a cool color. This is a limited edition from Angelus. Some gamma blue, which is probably a little bit bright, but because we up the saturation and the vibrance on this pair, I think this one is going to actually create a nice little pop, because I'm not going for Van Gogh's colors, I'm going for my colors. So we've got gift box blue as well, and pale blue, so all of the blues. And there is a little bit of brown in the village, so we'll use some brown and some blue. I don't know what this is just called, blue. It's pretty royal to me. And I see that there's also a little bit of red. There's a little bit of red in there, so I will use some fire red as well. So it's quite a little stash of paint we got here, but we're going to put them to really good use. Alright, so let's just move these all off to the side for now. Just general materials that we're using today. All of my paint is Angelus leather paint. It is great for customizing leather shoes, and you know what, I'm just going to pop this up as well. Yeah, there we go. So Angelus leather paint is really great for leather shoes, but it's also really, really great for these canvas shoes. So what we're going to need in order to make sure that the shoes stay nice and flexible, because as soon as we start walking, we don't want this paint to start cracking. So what I use is this product called GAC 900. It is a substitute for Angelus's Too Soft, which is a fabric medium that you can add to your paint in order to make sure that it is flexible. The hard part is that it does sometimes make the paint seem a little bit translucent, and we don't want that, so I'm going to try to find the good balance on this pair here. Alright, so I need a paint palette, I need my little cup of water. You can see I'm a painter. And tissue, because I like to dab my brush on a tissue regularly. And yes, finally, I've got my palette. And I think that is all we need to get started. I think one more thing that I need is just a little mixing cup. So I'm going to reach below my desk, see if I can find a little mixing cup. Also got a hairdryer stash down here, which is going to be super important for heat setting the fabric medium, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. So, oh well, that doesn't matter. Alright, another really important thing for the start of this project is tape. In order to make sure that I am not painting all over the rubber side, I am going to first mask up the areas that I don't want paint to get on. Sounds like a perfectly great idea, but it takes an unusually long period of time, so I'm just going to clear up my little cluttered workspace here and get started with taping these up. I like to use this red vinyl, it's very rubbery, this rubber tape, because it is nice and stretchy. So what I'll do is I will actually take a length and I'll lay it down on my cutting mat like this, and use my little craft knife to cut it over there. Alright, the problem with this stuff is it's not super tacky. Comes off pretty easy. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my little strip here, because it's quite thick. So what I'm going to do, just freehand here, is I'm going to take my blade and I'm going to cut it in half, just so that we're not wasting an unnecessary amount of tape. And I'll take my first strip like this, and I'm going to grab my shoe and start on the inside like so, and I'm going to stretch it quite a bit because this tape is nice and stretchy. I'm actually going to pop that underneath like that. I'm going to stretch it quite a bit and then get it as close to the edge as possible like that. And the nice thing about this stretchy vinyl tape is you're able to go all the way around with just one piece of tape. You don't have to go bit by bit all the way around. There we go. And it bonds nicely wherever you are using it nice and taut, but unfortunately it just tends not to grip well when it's on a flat section. So here on this section here, I'll actually have to use 2 pieces of tape, but I just probably saved myself a good 20 minutes just by using this piece of tape. It's a little bit wobbly, but on the whole I'm really happy. I'll just straighten it out with another little piece of this stuff over here. Just over there you can see I didn't do a very good job. So I'll just get it nice and taut here and stretch it around like that. There we go, that looks good. And then I am going to cut another small piece like that, and then just finish off the inside area over here. Okay. Hippie, where are you hailing from? I think I have a suspicion as to who you are. There's only one person that calls me king. And I have a very strong suspicion where you are from, but I'd like to know in the chat down below. Alright, so just finishing up with this front section over here, just making it as neat as possible, and this is going to help me later on so that I don't spend hours and hours cleaning up the mess that I've made. I've tried to do this without the tape before and it does not look good. Alright, so just one more little area there, and then I will move on to using a different kind of tape. There we go. So that's going to do a pretty good job of blocking off the paint on this nice straight area over here. I'm actually just going to use some paper masking tape. It just holds a little bit better on the straight areas, so let's just pop that on there, like so. There really is a huge difference between good masking tape and bad masking tape. Ah, Hippie, you have confirmed exactly who you are. Alright, cool. That's pretty much good to go on that side. Last side here. Just going to tape up this last area because I'm probably only going to be doing the front area for this session. If you thought that customizing sneakers was a quick job, you're going to be amazed at how long this live stream is going to be. Good people in the comment section down below, could you give me a rating on the quality of my microphone and my sound? I think that there is a little bit of buzzing or a little bit of noise. On a scale of 1 to 10, could you just let me know, is the audio quality okay? Yeah, that'll just help me for next time. Alright, so cool. We've got a nice leveled off area here. And now I'm just going to use the paper masking tape to clear off these edges over here so that when I paint, that stays perfectly white. But I'm going to use a cool little shortcut here. So what I'm going to do is just put the tape over like so, wrap it around, and I'm going to indent it with my fingernail like this. So if you just zoom in over here, you can see that I've indented it, and that is going to be really, really helpful in just a little while. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. A little bit of echo. Okay, I know I've just seen exactly what's causing it. Does this fix the echo? I had a sneaky little extra camera that's to my little webcam here was picking up the extra sound, so let me know, is that better? Alright, same thing on this side. All the way down there. Okay, so just get the fingernail all the way in there. Okay, the reason why I'm doing this is that I am going to use a blade very carefully to just cut around here so that I don't have to go through the manual struggle. So I'm just going to take the blade and put it right in that groove there and pull it all the way through. Having a sharper blade is actually better for not cutting your shoe because you don't have to press so hard, you can press really lightly. So just in that indent over there with my blade, I'm going to carefully go around, making sure not to cut the stitches. Yeah, if you cut the stitches, you're in for a little bit of a headache. There we go. So that should help a lot. So then, whenever there's a break in the masking tape like here, you'll see that I'm cutting from on top to below. I try to avoid cutting from the step below. So if I cut from here, there's a strong chance that this tape is going to lift. So what I actually like to do is just go always downstairs. Always downstairs when cutting through masking tape. That's a trick that has saved me lots of headaches when doing stencils, etc. So we'll just cut this all the way around. And again, there's a little step. Not going to cut upstairs. I'm going to turn the shoe around and I'm going to cut downstairs. There we go. Oh, you're watching my stream while gaming. I'm honored. What are you playing? Here we go. Cut all the way around. Fun tip, it's not safe to look at your comment section while wielding a deadly sharp craft knife. Alright, get the fingernail in there to make sure that it is nice and flush, and then do the same thing on the side. Alright, so now I can actually remove this section, always top step first. So we'll just grab the knife here, and this is the top piece, and make sure that this is properly cut. There we go. So it comes off really nicely here. Very happy with that. Yeah, this is where patience pays off, because if you rush this and you do a sloppy job, you're going to end up with a headache later down the line, or a project that you're not really that proud of. So just take the tape off like so. I could be a surgeon, you know, and I chose to be a poor, struggling artist instead. It was a choice. It is a choice. Just remove this all the way. I am not good at multitasking. I'm just going to admit that right now in front of my few viewers here, that I am not good at multitasking. So if I just end up going on a little bit of a ramble, I'm sorry. It's probably better that I don't rewatch the stream afterwards. Alright, so that's very nice, clean, if I do say so myself. Just going to repeat that on the other side. Oh dear. Just going to repeat that on the other shoe. And I don't think it'll take me as long the second time around. Well, here's hoping. Alright, so hey, Arian, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We've got 2 South Africans here in the chat. 3 South Africans here in the chat. 1 South African behind the camera. There we go. So, just going to do the same thing as last time. Create a little bit of a cut here, so that I can just split this in 2, making it a lot easier when it comes to going around the edges. Alright, there we go. So put the knife down, and I'm going to do the same thing around the edge here. Alright, so stretch it nice and tight. Start a little bit further down this time. Stretch it nice and tight and go around that edge as best, as close as possible, so that I don't have to do any touch-ups later. Oh, I'm already doing a better job of this one. There we go. And then use the second piece just to neaten that up. And stretch it all around. All the South Africans here in the chat watching my YouTube stream. What time is it your side of the world? It is 1:45 in the morning here, and I'm curious to know. I thought for a second, what are you guys doing on YouTube at this time? But it's probably a very reasonable time there. Your name is not highlighted in orange. There's no orange. You've got a purple icon and the word hippie. There we go. That should do it. And on this side, I'm going to use the paper masking tape just to get over the edge there. What'd I tell you? A lot quicker. $5:45. Well, I appreciate you spending a little bit of your evening here on the stream. And your data. Very valuable resource in the Republic. Alright. Another thing that's helpful to mention, some people do, I have seen people use newspaper before, sort of blocking off the inside area here. Don't use newspaper when you are working on white shoes. The ink will get all over your fingers and it will make it'll really mess with the fabric. So I've made that mistake before. Don't do that. It sounds obvious, but okay, maybe it's pretty obvious, but I made that mistake, so don't do it. It's much better to use toilet paper, actually. I say toilet paper rather than crepe paper or anything else, just because it is always available. You can always find it, and if you don't have any, you're in more trouble than not being able to customize your shoes, and you should go and get some. Alright, doing the same thing here, getting the groove. Not long now and I'll be able to start painting. There we go. You could use a sharper utensil in order to make these more pronounced, but because I'm using paper masking tape, it can tear quite easily. So I just like to use my fingernail just so that it doesn't tear. And like I said before, always want to go downstairs. So you don't want to go up against the top layer of masking tape, always from top to bottom. And we'll just cut this all the way around again. And not press too hard so as to cut the actual shoe or the stitching, because the stitching is really close there. If I press too hard, I will cut the stitching and the shoe will start to unravel, and that will look awful. I don't think they had this in mind when they designed this shoe. Alright. There we go. And then along this other side as well. There we go, on that side too. Can I just get a little confirmation, good people on the stream? Is the echo gone? Didn't see any confirmation before. Is the echo finally gone? I think I found the problem, but you'll be able to confirm for me if you tell me that the echo is no longer there. There we go. Alright, satisfying. Always satisfying if it works properly. Removing the tape and seeing that you did a good job. Oh, happy with that. Oh, sometimes this happens, and this is a good indication that I have got a blunt knife. If you have a look here, the tape is actually torn, and it just gets a little bit messy. I probably should have changed this blade before starting, but alas, we're here. Another example there. Oh well, next time. Shouldn't be a problem, because with these masking tape, paper masking tapes, you can just stick your finger under there and make sure that it is tucked underneath the edge. That would only really be a problem if we were airbrushing, which we're not going to be doing today. Alright, so before, a little while ago, I started this video with a mock-up, and that mock-up looks like this. So I've got the mock-up up in front of me, and now I'm going to start the process of painting this guy. And I don't really have much of a plan. Let's figure this out as we go. Water, palette. I'm done with the masking tape for now. Don't need the knife anymore. Clean up the station so that I don't make mistakes. I don't know why, but whenever I work, the space gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, because it just ends up being stuff everywhere. Alright, oh. Just when I thought it was time for the fun stuff, it's not. So, the first thing that needs to happen is we need to set a base coat for these shoes. If I just start painting directly on the shoes, it's going to cause problems because of this texture. So I'm just going to zoom in here. This texture is going to be a bit of a problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a base coat with the GAC 900 and some white paint. I'm going to start off with some white acrylic Angelus paint. So let's just mix it all up here. The ratio is supposed to be 50-50. I use that a little bit loosely, actually. I should actually use a different container for this. Excuse me one moment while I just look around for a container I can use. Okay, no container. I'm just going to actually just do it right here on the palette. Just pour it in. Quite a bit. Alright, that should be enough for now. And then, like I said, 50-50. Just going to open this up here. If it's a little more, if it's a little less, it doesn't really matter because this is just the base coat. But that's what the rule book says, so I was going to try and follow it. So I'm going to use a flat tip sort of chisel brush here and mix it all up. Ah, we've got some Van Gogh fans here in the comment section. I've been debating with myself whether it's Van Gogh or Van Gogh. Everybody I speak to says something different. I'm not quite sure. Which do you think it is? First or second? Van Gogh being the first, Van Gogh the second? I'm not quite sure. Ah, thank you, Hippie. I'm glad that the sound quality is back on track. Yeah, I don't know why. Somehow the webcam started picking up sound. Alright, that looks like that's mixed pretty well. And I'm just going to apply this straight onto the shoe generously. So what I've added here, this 50-50, this is a fabric medium. And what that means is that with a little bit of heat, it will set and be more flexible than the normal paint, and we're going to use that for our base coat. So Yeah, and we'll use a hairdryer to set that when it's done. But this is why painting on canvas shoes, I like to charge just a little bit more for canvas shoe projects, just because of the sheer amount of paint that it uses. And this GAC, this golden, what does GSD stand for? I'm not quite sure. Golden acrylic colors? I don't know. It's a lot cheaper than the Angelus Too Soft, so and I found that it does exactly the same thing. Here we go. I'm going to get into all of the corners. I'm going to be very grateful for my masking skills here, my nice straight masking skills. And you kind of know when you have used enough, because it starts to sort of repel the paint a little bit when the surface is sort of saturated. The first time I did it, I wasn't quite sure. You don't want to over brush the surface or brush the surface too aggressively, because otherwise you get these sort of little bumps. It kind of disrupts the fabric. I don't know why. So I try to be as gentle as possible when putting on this particular coat. Ah, there we go, Arian, you with me. I think it's Van Gogh. That's just because that's how I learned to say his name, or that's how family said it in the past. There we go. This step is so much more fun on canvas shoes than it is on leather shoes. With leather shoes, you got to spend like 2 whole hours sanding every single little nook and cranny of the shoe, and then doing the acetone, and then, oh man, the different grits of sandpaper. And for an Air Force One, there are just so many different little curves and edges around the swoosh and stuff like that. It takes so long to prep a leather shoe for painting that it almost feels like you want to be done with the project before you've actually started painting. The nice thing about canvas shoes is it's less than an hour in, and I've already done a full-on mock-up. I've taped up the shoes adequately, and I'm busy putting on the base coat, and we're so close to actually starting the painting already, and I'm very happy about that. Just want to make sure that I do a nice even coat here, so I don't have to come back and there's no areas that are in jeopardy of cracking later on. Alright, so I'm going to mute the microphone now for a sec, because I don't want to subject you to the wonderful sound of my hairdryer going absolutely crazy. So So that's just a quick little heat set for now, so that I can set it aside. It's not fully dried yet, but I want to carry on painting before. Oh. Alright, let's do this. Alright, same process on the next shoe, just lightly and generously saturating this shoe with the GAC and Angelus mix. If you missed the beginning of the video, this is for keeping the shoe nice and flexible. YouTube is complaining that my bitrate is too low. How's the video quality, guys? Give me some indication. Is the picture quality okay? Is it stuttering or lagging a lot? If it's all good, then I won't change anything, but if it is stuttering and lagging a lot, I think there's a way that I can improve it. So I would be grateful. You guys are all part of making this a success. As I said, this is the first time I'm doing a live video, so I spent the whole day needed in order to do a good live video, so got a lot to learn. For some reason this paint is not going as far as the previous pair did, so I'm just going to add a little bit more GAC to my mix. I think it's drying out a little bit, that's why. So a little bit of GAC should help with that. There we go. Make sure that I'm not skimping. Can be very tempting sometimes. This paint is expensive, so we use it. That's what we're here to do. Alright, always keep a little bit of blue paper around just so that you don't have sticky fingers when you're dealing with your customer or your own precious shoes. Those sticky or tacky fingerprints are very difficult to remove. Alright, I'm going to have to pause here because apparently YouTube is having problems receiving my video stream. Can you guys let me know if the quality of the video is still, if it's okay? Are you still there? Okay. Ah, there we go. We're back. For some reason, there was a problem with my connectivity. I think we're back now. Thank you, Leah. It says that streaming quality is poor. Why? Stream latency. Sorry everybody, technical difficulties. Let's see if this helps at all. All right, I think we're good. Alright, we're back in business. Not quite sure what happened there. Thank you everybody for your help in just letting me know how things are going. It's been a really good team effort so far. Alright, you don't want to oversaturate the surface of the shoe, because if you've got any inconsistencies, they kind of look like lumps, and when you're painting later on, if you're doing any detail work like character work or like it's going to be easy to overcome obstacles and stuff when I actually start painting here because of the nature of the actual artwork. But if you're doing character work or portraits, you are going to want to minimize every single bump possible. So try not to oversaturate the paint and try to make it as even as possible. Alright, cool. That looks like that is nice and saturated. I'm very happy with that. I'm going to mute the microphone once again, and I'm going to heat activate both of these shoes together to make sure that they are set. So stay tuned, I will be right back. If you're not sure if they're done and you're not sure if you want to carry on, you just need to take a clean finger that's not full of paint and just hold it down onto the surface, and if it comes back and there's no paint, it kind of means that you're good. So I like to go around in all of the key areas and just check with my finger to see if it is all good. And then if it comes up with paint, I know I need to give that area a little bit more attention. So ooh, this area needs a little bit more attention. Okay, that should be good. I think it's time to start painting. So let's actually make sure that we've got these shoes the right way around for our mock-up. So what we are working on today is this guy. Where did you go? There I am. So what we've got is, here is our mock-up. On the left hand side we've got the mountains and the bushes, and then on the, sorry, that's the left hand shoe, but the right hand side, and on the left hand side we've got this tree, we've got a beautiful star, and then we've got the side of the church. I wasn't able to get the whole church and the tree thing in, but I'm pretty happy with this composition. So I think I'm going to start on the right hand side, and let's see if we can get these beautiful blue mountains all set. So I'm just going to remove this shoe on the left out of the way so that it doesn't get in our way, and we can get started with the right hand side. Whew, I'm nervous. I've never been nervous starting a pair of custom sneakers before. It's because people are watching. Alright, so I think first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with the university blue, the uni blue. I think that for this section over here, the sort of blue mid-tone, I think this is a pretty good mid-tone to start off with. So let's get started. I'll just constantly refer back to the mock-up every now and again. Alright, so I'm right-handed, so let's put this on this side. I like to put very little Angelus paint onto my palette at a time. Unfortunately, it dries out super quickly, and because I've got the aircon going in here, it's probably going to dry out even quicker. Alright, so let's get started. I'm going to just wet my brush a little bit, dust it on the loo paper. Let me see if I can get a better angle. That should do fine. Alright, so I've got a medium sort of round nose brush here. I think that that's going to do just fine. I'm probably going to use the same brush all the way through this pair, just because in the source material, in his original artwork, everything is very, kind of looks like it's all been done with the same brush. So we're just going to mark out these hills now. So I'm just going to keep it nice and abstract in the beginning, and then we'll refine it later on. So these hills kind of go up like that, and then there's like a little peak here, and then it sort of tapers off. There we go. So that's where the sky is going to meet the ground. And then for the top, you know, I'm not going to go like super detail fine artist on this. I'm just going to observe, and I'm going to put what my eye sees, not what is actually there. This is a little bit like painting by feeling. So but it'll come along. You'll see. I've done this particular artwork on a pair of shoes before, and that technique worked out really well. And you can just keep it nice and splotchy, actually, because Van Gogh, still not sure, has a lot of like brush strokes. So I think that's the thing that makes the style replicable without it being too perfect, is you can just sort of confuse the eye with a whole lot of strokes. So let's just stroke, stroke, stroke. We're just going to sort of use the single color to get the lay of the actual swirls so that it's not super overwhelming. So I'm just going to, so there's a swirl here, and you'll see how it'll come to life quite quickly once we start adding the second and third colors. But for now, let's just keep the swirls going all the way around, nice and light. I'm not even looking at the source material now while I pop these on, because like I said, I'm painting the feeling of what I'm seeing, not necessarily exactly what I'm seeing. Alright, so we've got, this paint is seeming a little dry, I don't know why. Alright, so we've got sort of an intersection here where the swirls kind of stop somewhere in the middle. Sorry, this direction swirl kind of stops somewhere in the middle. So I'm just gonna mark that off here with some slightly bigger brush strokes, and then it carries on like so at the top, like this. Just got to fight against uniformity. So like, you see, you don't want three that are exactly the same shape in the same direction. You just kind of want to make them seem a bit more arbitrary, because what Van Gogh is using here is oil paint, so he can paint it on nice and thick and it's dense. But this acrylic paint is not quite the same. We gotta sort of layer it bit by bit rather than just laying it on super thick. So we've got a little starburst on the top here that seems to be going in this direction, and then it sort of straightens out over here. Ooh, I wasn't looking what I was doing. It sort of straightens out here, and then it seems like it goes down and around, so it kind of looks like it's curving into this other star that's up here in the top corner. Let's just straighten that up a bit. So in this corner there's a nice yellow star, and we've got these little swirls going around like so. So they kind of merge here in an upright way, and then they continue to sort of bend around on this side. So we'll just keep it flowing all the way to the edge here. And my mock-up doesn't really have much information here, so I'm just making this up, but I'm just going to keep that direction consistent for now. And here is basically where the yellow will start. So this whole section over here is going to have lots of yellow and blue. So add a little bit of water, and I think I'm going to just sort of outline. This will be the edge of the yellowy section, and it'll curve like into this section over here. So there we go. There will be lots of sort of iterations of this light blue underneath all the yellow, so I'm not too shy about adding this yellow in here. Alright. There we go. So that's sort of, we're going to do the sky first, and then I'll go to the land afterwards. In the middle here we've got this sort of interplay of a whole lot of different directions, so it kind of how does this go? It kind of merges at one point like so, goes in there and comes around here. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. That's sort of outlining, in a manner of speaking, outlining the direction of each of these little sections. So what I'm going to do, just to keep the yellow pure for now, is I'm actually just going to add some of the yellow now first, and then I will go in with more blues as we go. So keep that toilet paper nearby so we can just dry off the brush. So there are many sections here where the yellow and the blue are going to sort of interact, and it's going to make like a green, and I like that. I like the way instead of mixing a whole lot of unique colors, we're just going to make the colors on the artwork, which I think is pretty cool. Hope I've got enough yellow here. Should do. Alright, this yellow is very sticky. Add lots of water to it to try and hydrate it a little bit. Alright, so just clean that off so that it's not getting all over my hands and therefore all over the shoes. And alright, so I'm going to take that yellow and let's give these stars a bash. So start at the top right here. Go nice and bold in there. Yellow is the weakest of all of the Angelus colors. I know that usually with all paints, white and yellow are the ones that are the most translucent, but yeah, so I'm going to put this down first so that we can have some very pure yellow colors. Later on I will be like popping yellow on top of other colors and it'll be part of the charm, but for now I just want to make sure that there is some yellow under there. I'm just going to paint right over these blues because we're just going to keep adding layer after layer as we go. So it becomes a little bit of a play that eventually I'll be adding more yellow into the blue section and then more blue into the yellow section until, you know, eventually I go crazy because I don't know when to stop. But that is future me's problem. Alright, so I'm going to start adding some yellow into this little Aurora Borealis that's going on at the bottom. I think I'm just going to paint the whole thing yellow. It's much easier, and then I'll just add the blue on top rather than getting in between. Just paint the whole thing yellow. So it kind of looks like the yellow goes up and then down like so, down and around. So now might be a really good time to just say that you got to trust the process. Every artwork has an ugly phase. You know, I think you got to be pretty talented to not have an ugly phase in your artworks. I always live by the philosophy that if it's not good, if I don't think it's good, it's not done. So I just keep on at it. If I don't think that it's good, it's just that it's not good yet. So keep that yellow all the way around. Make sure it's nice and saturated so that it doesn't leave these sort of like scratchy screen printy lines. I will use some thicker paint. You can see that I'm using quite a bit of water in this paint now, just because I'm trying to get a sort of base coat, but I will use thicker paint later on. Acrylic paint is favorable to those who are willing to put down layers. So for now it looks like there is, on the mock-up, there is a little bit of yellow here somewhere, so I'll just drop that in and we'll figure out what we're going to do with that later. Cool, so that is the start of our Starry Night painting. I didn't know it was going to start off with yellow. I just noticed on the top left corner of my mock-up there's also a little bit of a star here, so I'm just going to pop some yellow in there, just a little bit. Just a sprinkling of yellow. There we go. Doesn't look too hot right now, but it will. Alright, so we're going to go with a lighter blue now. So this was the color of the previous blue. This is significantly lighter. I'm going to go in with a lighter blue. What is with the consistency of all my paint today? It's all so globular. Why? Why today? Excuse me having an argument with my paints. Alright, that should do. Okay. See, this is the custom sneaker killer right here. Look at this thumb. Look at that. You don't realize it's there until it's too late. Always look at your hands before you touch the shoes. Some people paint with black gloves on. I've actually tried that before. The black gloves are actually quite good because it picks up on all of the bright colors. You can see the paint on your hands a lot easier. But man, your hands get so sweaty. I know that's a little bit gross, but yeah, that's why. Okay, so I've added a little bit of white to the mixture. Now that's a thumb. It's a thumb with blue paint on it. That's the point. Not that it's a thumb. But if you want to give this video a thumbs up, you could show me your thumb. Haha. I'm pretty sure that deserved a thumbs up. Alright, okay, so less jokes and more painting. I'm going to add in the light blue just anywhere and everywhere. So just keeping on with the same sort of, I don't know, direction of the swirls. Yeah, direction. We'll just add in little bits in between all of the darker blue bits, like so. Like that. You'll see it's going to start to come along quite quickly now as we add in each new color. Alright. Why did I put the camera on the right hand side while I'm right handed? I end up blocking the camera half the time. The things we learn the first time we do things. Alright. So I'm not going to discriminate. I'm just going to put the paint anywhere and everywhere. If there happens to be yellow that gets covered up, we'll just add in more later on. So if it makes it green, then that's cool too, because there's plenty of green on this original artwork. Just kind of get up there. Like I said, for these sort of wing areas, I'm just I'm winging it. Alright. Also, quite hard to make sure that the end of your finger here doesn't go in the actual paint. So if you are following this and doing it as a tutorial, just always make sure that you are not sticking your hand in the paint. Seems obvious, but I do it all the time. Alright, so I'm still going to leave a couple of gaps just for the darker paint when the time comes. I'm probably going to end up using this color again later on, but for now we're just sort of getting the flow. Alright, hippie, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Appreciate the support. Alright. There we go. So that's sort of kind of, if you just zoom out a little bit, it's kind of looking a little bit more Starry Night-ish. It's got a long way to go, but we are just getting started on these, so let's go. It'll probably be a lot quicker on the second pair once I get my workflow going. So on this side, the air currents are a slightly different angle. I think that's the most important part about this, just making sure that the angles are correct. Like, I'm not going to go and paint every single splotch in the same place as Van Gogh did, because that would literally make me go crazy. I mean, he went crazy, but that doesn't mean I have to go crazy. So there we go. And again, we're orbiting. These sort of colors are orbiting. I say orbiting for lack of a better word, but they are... Oh. What's a better word? What's a better word for than orbiting? They're surrounding, they're swirling around the stars. I feel like orbiting is a good word, but it's not the best word. Who's got any suggestions? I think this middle part is my favorite, where the different colors into the different sort of directions intersect. I'll cover up that horrible little blotch that I made. Bottle blue tarantula, that would be pretty cool. If you could get a nice what's the word? Macro. A nice macro image of a bottle blue tarantula, that would look really, really, really cool. On a pair of black Air Force Ones, oof, that would be really good. Might even do a mock-up, just for fun on that one, because my boy Theo really likes his tarantulas. So this is a good example of how so now I've painted the yellow. Now I'm gonna take away from the yellow by adding in the blue, and that yellow will disappear sort of underneath the blue, but then I'll add more yellow on top of the blue, and it'll be an ongoing battle until, well, neither one is gonna win. It's just gonna be an awesome looking painting. Alright, so then the current of yellow here, we're going to add some, just the same as everywhere else. I just wanted there to be more yellow present in the underpainting, so got to try and get rid of a lot of this yellow, because although there is a lot of yellow on the painting right now, there's not this much yellow on the source material, so got to try and remove a little bit of this. Trying not to let these look too uniform. Don't want it to look like a striped tiger pair. Cool, and these strokes sort of taper up a little bit as they join with this star, gravitating towards the star. Orbiting, gravitating, I don't know. Swirling around, we can just roll with that one. Alright, just going to add lots and lots of little distinct lines, because like I said, you don't have to do it perfectly. You just need lots of lines to confuse the eye, and it'll just look good. Because if you confuse your audience, they'll just think that you're great. Here you go. Don't confuse them too much, because then they'll just leave. Alright. Alright, cool. So that's a pretty good base so far. We are going to go on to the next color now. The next color, I think I'm going to go with the darker blue. I'm going to use this one a bit more sparingly than the other colors. Just because in the source material there's not that much of it. But if I end up using too much, I can always just bring it back by putting the lighter colors on top, which I'm probably going to end up doing anyway. I've handled the paint, checked the fingers. Aha! Aha! Always check the fingers. This is great. I don't usually get to talk the entire time while I'm painting because, you know, there's no one to talk to. Well, granted, right now I don't know if anybody's listening, but I'm talking anyway. Okie dokie. So, we've got little bits of blue in this first swirl. Just sort of here and there. Like I said, I've got to use it sparingly, but not too sparingly, because I can always pull it back. Ah, you are listening. I appreciate that. Alright, so just gonna add, it's almost like adding the little elements of shadow. Make some big ones and some small ones, but not too many because I don't want it to overpower all of the other colors. Alright, so let's just add a few sort of deeper ones in here. I presume this is actually like the midnight sky peeking through the swirls of clouds. It's very abstract, but that's my take. And then here in the middle, where the two directions change or sort of merge, there's a couple of dark blue sections here. Alright, and here. There we go. Still a lot of white space. We're going to get rid of that white space probably with the next color, but for now I just want to get these dark sections in first, and then we'll work on getting rid of all this white because there's very little white in these areas on our mock-up. So there we go. And because this area over here, I'm kind of just sort of making it up. I can use as much dark as I want. In fact, I think I'm going to use quite a bit. It's looking quite cool. And there's not really any dark. Okay, there is a little bit of dark in the yellow, so I'm just going to go quite bold with that one, and maybe one or two more. Yeah, this yellow is kind of turning these dark splotches a bit green, so I might come back in there with a little bit less water in my paint later on. A little bit more dark here. And you know what? This entire ridge is actually quite a bit darker than this color that I've used, and because acrylic paint is always best layered, we may as well put down the first coat of this dark ridge. It's a nice solid line all the way across, so I don't have to be gentle. It's quite satisfying actually. Now, having this GAC mix on the shoe is what's stopping it from just sort of bleeding all over the place into the surface of the shoe, because it's such a porous material. If it didn't have that GAC, it would just sort of bleed, like you imagine what would happen if you put paint onto a t-shirt. So I'm glad that we did that first, because that would make all of this really difficult to do in a refined way. I mean, it would look like an abstract painting of an abstract painting. Ah, thank you, Leah. Alright, this side I'm also going to use quite a bit of dark, just because reasons. I think the reason why I like doing these Van Gogh paintings is because you don't have to be neat. You know, the more mess, nobody can tell you that you need to be more neat when the painting is just pure chaos in the first place. Alright, so clean that brush. I am just going to ask my dear wife if she can make me a cup of coffee. It is 1:43. Oh my goodness, we've already been going for nearly 2 hours. 1:43 a.m. here in Daegu, South Korea. So definitely going to need some more coffee soon. Alright, so we've used the university blue. So here's the university blue, we've used the pale blue, and we've used the blue. I think what I'm going to do is, let's see, this light blue is different enough, and then I'm going to do the light blue, and then I'm going to do the gamma blue, and then I'm going to do just a few accents with the gift box blue. My goodness. Alright, I can't remember what order I said that in, but let's go with the light blue first. Okie dokie. Where did my paintbrush? Oh, that happens too often for me to feel like a sane person. Okay, so now it's time to use this slightly different blue. I'm going to try and fill as many white spaces as possible with this pass, but like it's not a train smash if I miss some sections. Don't want to overpower this with any one color. This is actually pretty similar to the other one, but whatevers. Alright, let's start in the swirl. Alright, I'm just kind of making up a little bit of the swirl because it's not visible on my mock-up. Oh, I just dipped my brush into the wrong color. Oh well, this is a Van Gogh painting. I don't even think he cleaned his brush the entire painting, because just like all the colors sort of mix together so nicely, so it's not the end of the world. Alright. At the very end of this, I'm going to whip up the other pair that I did just as we arrived here in Korea in the beginning of last year. Yeah, beginning of last year. I did a pair of Pumas for a South African friend, and they look really cool, and I'd love to know if I've stepped up my Van Gogh game or regressed. But I am definitely loving this canvas to work on the flat section of the shoe. It's so pleasing to work on a smooth surface. So I'm really enjoying this. There we go. So already you can see that like there's a lot less white here than there is this side. This part does feel a little bit like work, but oh well, it's got to be done. Work. Somebody's got to do the work. Alright. My biggest challenge so far on this pair has been, for some reason, the paint is not spreading really well. I don't know why. Perhaps... Oh, amazing. Thank you. My wife has just brought me a cup of coffee. Thank you. Alright, so... just keep on going. Want to keep this direction right, you know, one wrong direction and it'll just catch the eye. So I think it's all just about keeping the flow. I sound like a heavy. Just keeping with the flow. Alright. Nice thing is that you could usually cover up any mistakes that you make with something this complicated. But this is precisely what I don't want when... I'll show you exactly what I mean when the next time that sort of... let's see. There, can you see that's not a very solid line? Now it's a solid line. I want it to be nice and solid. Deliberate, but messy. There we go. So now it's just a matter of, I can kind of turn my brain off a little bit when doing this. Just sort of filling in the white spaces and putting these little strokes wherever I feel like they need to be. Okay, now I'm going to try and use this color in the yellow section. This yellow section is not looking so great, but it is going to look better when I start using the lighter colors. These colors are a little bit dark to go with the yellow, but it's going to look so much better, you'll see, as soon as I start adding the lighter colors. And the lighter colors will dominate this entire section pretty quickly as soon as I start to add them. But I'm going to do dark first, and then we'll go to the light. Alright, so that's coming along actually quite quickly. Alright, now I'm going to add the gamma blue on top of what we've already got. Our little palette of colors is growing here. Whee! That is a waste of paint. Okay, time to add the gamma blue. But first, a sip of coffee. Oh, I just spilled coffee all over the floor. Alright, give me 1 second. This is why you need to have loo paper. Always. Like I said, you never know when you're going to need it. But give me 1 second, I need to get some more. Alright. Thank you. Alright, got more loo paper ready to go with that gamma blue. Alright, still happy with this awesome brush. It's been everything I've needed it to be this entire session. Alright. Okay, let's see what we can do with this brush. Sorry, with this new color. So okay, yeah, we're starting to get some layers now. So I'm no longer just trying to get in between every single white bit, but just adding layers. Like I said, the more confusing and messy that it is, the more it tricks the mind into the illusion of detail. I really like the color of this paint. It's actually quite a nice color. There we go. The white's still disappearing, but I'm adding layer upon layer. I'm going to start using slightly bigger brush strokes. I do want to stay consistent, but I don't want to unnecessarily labor in areas that don't need to be labored. There we go. I'm going to use this. What color is this? Whatever color this is, I already told you. I'm going to use this a little bit more sparingly as I go around, not as liberally as I've used the other colors, because I'll probably use it more in the yellow section than anywhere else. We'll see when we get there. There we go. Got to make sure not to neglect the edges so that the paintbrush doesn't just like stop going before it gets to the edge of the shoe. We don't want to have a whole lot of touching up to do later. There we go. Alright, it's looking a little bit too sort of turquoisey for me now, probably with all the yellow and the blue mixing. I'll see if I can try and fix that with a much lighter blue just now. Yeah, and I'm going to sort of destroy the heavy barrier that's between the yellow and the blue by just sort of bringing more of this color in here. Here we go. That's doing exactly what I wanted to do. I'm going to go over these dark blue sections over here, just so that they're not very harsh. Like I said, I want everything to sort of just keep flowing. Get in there with a little bit of this blue. Okay, I think I'm ready to start going with the slightly lighter colors now. This is coming along. It's coming along. Alright, so what I think I'll do is I'll give the gift box blue a little bit of a go. I don't think it's going to really go well with this pair. I think I'll give it a few little streaks, but I don't think I'm going to use much of it. And then I think I'm going to add white to one of these other colors in order to get that light color that I was telling you about. Some of these paint pots are nearly empty. I'm really glad that I've got enough for this pair. Alright. Okay, so we're now going to go with this much lighter color now. And just sort of accent in some places. Not everywhere, just... Ah, that's exactly what I wanted. There we go. In fact, I might want to use a whole lot more of this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Just, as I said, sort of making it up, making where I put the strokes up as I go. The more precise I try to be, the worse it's going to look. So, there we go. The color on the display of from my camera is not as bright and vivid as it is to my eye, so gonna have to definitely take a proper photo afterwards and edit it so that it's true to color, and then I'll show you guys. Thank you, Leah. Alrighty. So yeah, I'm liking the sort of messy, muddied color look that it's giving. Like I said, it's a little bit too green for my liking, so when I'm done with all of these greeny colors, I'm going to use a lighter blue, go in with a bit of white, and sort of tone down the greens a bit. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm liking this gift box blue. So it was a good accent. Good decision. Just makes it more interesting to have more variance in the different colors here. Alright, just add some to the middle there. Got to keep that direction of that flow going. Pretty soon we're not even going to be able to see the real differences. It's just going to look like I'm doing the same thing over and over again, because I'm hopping from one place to another. So hopefully I can speed up the process so that it doesn't get boring. Okay, just add a little bit of that lighter gift box blue in here. Sort of just tone down that yellow a bit because it's still way too bright. Man, I wish that I could show you guys this as a time lapse, but that would defeat the purpose of the live video, wouldn't it? Okay, cool. So this is a very green and yellow looking starry night, but I'm going to start adding some white to the blue. I've got some white left over here from the base coat. Thanks for joining us, Frequency. Where are you joining us from? What state, what country, where are you joining us from? Alright, cool. So I have used this blue and I've mixed it in with a bit of white, so we got a much lighter blue here. Much lighter blue. Okay, this is going to be maybe a bit too bright, but Hey, it's fine. It's layers. Doesn't matter what colors the layers are, so long as they are layers. Alright. From India. Welcome from India. Thanks for joining us. Alright, cool. So we're going to add quite a bit of white here on the outside of the swirl. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. That is, it's still a little bit gray, but that's fine. I'll use this particular lighter blue, and then I'll use a stronger blue afterwards. So we're going to tone down all of this this green and yellow look that we're getting here and make it more vibrant and blue. Yeah, this is very much a give some, take some kind of situation. Interesting question. So I don't do this as a full-time job. I do this as a part-time gig, as part of a passion. In 2014, I started a business painting on surfboards in South Africa. And I had quite a bit of success doing that before deciding to travel. And while traveling, I couldn't take all of the surfboards around with me, so I decided to move to a smaller canvas, and that's when I started customizing sneakers. So a little bit of a passion project, a little bit of a spare cash kind of project. I've been building this particular business for nearly 3 years now, and got a small little following, and do probably about 2 to 3 pairs a month. Not nearly enough to be able to support my family full-time, but you know, if it grows and if this YouTube journey grows as well, perhaps maybe one day it will. Thanks for asking. Cool question. So I am an English teacher. I am in South Korea right now. English teaching is not my main profession, but by day I teach Korean children English words, and by night I customize sneakers and paint for YouTube. But it is my goal to make this business profitable with time. Because to be able to make money and a living off of art is just an absolute dream, and it's not something that happens quickly. So as time passes and I try new things and I learn more, I'm going to get closer and closer to that dream of being able to live off of my art and do what I love full time. Oh, I'm loving this blue. It's working really well. It is going to make the whole painting look a little like, it's going to mute a lot of the colors because it's, yeah, you can see it's got a lot more white in it, but that's okay. We're not done yet. I'm liking this little swirl down here. Yes, I'm kind of like Batman. I've been saying that for years, but nobody ever seems to agree with me. Batman happens to be my favorite superhero, so right on there. Thank you very much. So, Frequency, have you been subscribed to the channel, or is this your first time coming across my work? Yes, this blue is doing exactly what I want it to do. This is perfect. I've just got to hope that there's enough here that I don't have to mix it again. This is the constant ongoing battle with Angelus paint. It's quite pricey, so I don't want to waste it by decanting too much and then it goes dry and hard. But then I don't want to mix too little and then I need more, and then I have to mix it again and go through the whole color mixing process, which it's never the same, ever. Oh, cool. Well, welcome. Thank you. I've been making videos on YouTube, trying to post once a week for the past year and a bit. I think it's been 2 years since I first started my YouTube journey, but since last year, September, I've been going hard trying to turn it into a little business. Just got paint all over my hands. Don't you hate it when you've got paint all over your hands and then while trying to remove paint you end up spreading the paint and then you've got more paint on your hands than the paint you were trying to remove? Or is that just a me problem? I have a wife and a girlfriend. And before you think that I'm sleazy, they're the same person. And I know that she's watching this live stream right now, so that's nice. No kids though. I am I think I'm 29. Thank you. I'm 29, no kids yet. We are currently still traveling, working around the world, so we'll get to that eventually, maybe. Alright, so this is much better. It's much better. Probably going to give 1 or 2 more minutes to this color and then I'm going to move on to a different blue because this is all about variety. That's nice. All right, cool. So like I'm really digging that. It's looking good. I'm just gonna want to add a more vibrant blue, so I think I'm gonna go I think I'm gonna add some white to this deep blue, this blue over here. Yeah, I'm gonna add some white to that guy. Yeah, that's the kind of color that I want. Yes, traveling around the world is a wonderful feeling. Right now, we've been in South Korea for a year and 8 months, so it kind of doesn't feel like we're traveling anymore. It's been a little while since we were on the move, but before that, we were living nomadically for a whole year. We were traveling around different area every month. We packed up our house into boxes and we went Airbnb 1 month to 1 month. It was so great, but had a little bit more of a predictable situation since the South Korean contracts are 1 year at a time. So finishing up my contract this side and we'll see what the world holds, but traveling is the best thing. Okay, yeah, cool. So this color is working quite nicely. As you can see, there are very few white spots left, just as I planned it. And the swirl is looking pretty good. There are still a few white spots. Let me just try to get rid of those while I'm at it. Be intentional about it. Ooh, Canary Island sounds amazing. That's really awesome. Okay. Alright, so These colors are looking a little bit uniform, but when I add in the bright white, like the white, and then when I add in the deep blue again in between, it's really gonna pop. It's really gonna pop. Fighting a battle against the green in this painting, it seems. No matter what I do, it just keeps looking green. Yeah, there we go. Ah, that's a very kind thing to say. Thank you. I hope so. But as long as I get to keep doing art for people who enjoy watching it and learning from it, I will be very happy. Alright. Okay, I need to fight this battle against the greens a little bit more aggressively because I feel like I'm losing. There's still a lot of green in here. We might end up going back to our original core colors again and see if that makes any difference. I don't understand why, because this is a perfect, this color is the perfect mid-tone color for this entire piece. Maybe I just used too much of these novelty colors. Thank you. Yeah, it just takes time, layer upon layer. This is still the first shoe. It's the first half of the first shoe, and we are coming up to we are at 2 hours and 15 minutes. I told my wife today that this is probably going to take about 8 hours. That's my guess. We'll see if we've got the endurance. I'm most worried about running out of data. If the internet cuts out and we go dark, I don't want that to happen. I'm gonna make sure that these shoes are done before I run out. Am I into sports cars? Not particularly, but I work with a business partner back in South Africa, and he did the most incredible pair of Porsche GTR3 shoes, and I'm just going to actually pop the Instagram tag in the description in the chat here for you, and you can check it out. It is quite an amazing sports car pair of shoes. It's really worth checking out. So check it out. www. Don't go for good. These Kicks SA. Nope. It's at These Kicks SA on Instagram, at These Kicks SA. You just pop that into Instagram and you'll see it's the second or third post. It's a really cool Porsche GTR that we did. Yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think. Yes, I mean the GTRS. That's exactly what I meant, not GTR3. I know sports cars. Of course I know sports cars. Isn't that evident? This will be forever on the record of my live stream on YouTube. Oh well. There we go. Alright, time for some more blue. I need more blue. What camera do I use? I am using the Sony ZV-E10. It's a great camera. Got it about, I don't know, 10 months ago, I think. And I have absolutely nothing but great things to say about it. It is such an awesome, versatile camera. I use it for YouTube. I use it for Instagram. I use it for my online courses that I'm busy making. It's a great camera. And like I said, this is the first time I've ever live streamed, so I'm very stoked with how it's holding up. And I thought it would have overheated by now, but nope, it's still going strong. Okay, so we're using the light blue again. It's sort of kind of going a little bit hard on here, so I hope I'm not going to get some sort of like half cured bits. You can see that bit's a little bit hard. Oh well, if there are any bits, I can just remove it. All right. Oh, the Sony Alpha. That would have been a really cool option. I think it was just above my price range at the time. I'm very stoked with this Sony. I used to be a bit of a Canon snob, but so far Sony has been a real treat. Real treat. Very confusing menu interfaces, but other than that, amazing camera. Just add some white here. What are my courses about? I am teaching a course about life skills, very important life skills, about skills that like emotional intelligence, empathy, self-regulation. I've got a master's degree in psychology, and I thought that the best way for me to use that information is to impact the world's youth, for young people, so that they can learn how to cope with life. Life is messy and it's complicated, and a lot of young people are suffering and really struggling. So I'm very excited about my online course that's coming. Hopefully I'll have it done within the next month or two. But yeah, it's going great. Thanks for asking. Whoa, deep question. I would say yes. I think that on the whole, even though we are far away, I think we've actually gotten a lot closer to our family members over the time that we've been away. It's been quite nice. Obviously, we miss them big time. Really big time. It's hard being away, especially when big milestones happen or scary life circumstances happen and you're not able to be there. It's definitely the big challenge about working away from home. This is starting to feel like an interview. Are you a reporter? Making me feel very special. Thank you for asking all these cool questions. You're writing a book? That is pretty cool, about productivity. Well, that's amazing. Teen productivity from a teenager's perspective is actually quite unique. I think perspective is a really important part of when reaching people. So, man, that's really cool. It's a good use of your time and your energies. I think that's really cool. What's the book going to be called? Do you have any idea yet? Ah, Stuart! Thanks for tuning in. Yo, we miss you guys too. See, look, this is how close we are to family. They even tune into my live streams. Appreciate that. Alright, so slowly winning back that section that was becoming a little bit too green. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to overpower that green in this sort of area here. I think I'm going to actually bring some pure white paint into the mix, and what I'll do is I'll use that as a base for putting down some pure blue. I remember this is actually what I did in the previous artwork that I did like this. So yeah, not a simple process, this sky, but a beautiful one. Road to Routines, that's quite a nice title. I dig that. Hit me up when it's time to make a book cover. I'll help you out. Ah, there we go. The white is going to help us quite a lot. It's so funny. I've spent all of this time trying to get rid of the white, and now I'm going to go and add it myself. How odd. So, but it is layering, so that's excellent. As you can see, the white is not very strong, but it's okay. It's okay. Just gonna like dab little bits here because I want to make it very much in line with the texture. Thanks, Frequency. Just work on this little hump here. So let's take stock here. We've got, here's the shoe. Oh, the lighting is terrible. Let's just zoom out. We've got the shoe. It's, the sky is looking pretty accurate according to the mock-up. I'm really thinking that it's looking good. I'm going to start adding a little bit of white into the actual swirls now, because I'm just going to whip up the mock-up real quick on the screen so you can see. There we go. So if you have a look here, we just zoom in here. There are lots of little white accents here. So and in here. So I'm going to try and bring that white out, and then I'm going to try and bring out these very bright blue lines, and then this sort of, I don't want to lose this green. It's very similar to the gift box blue that I've got here. But yes, we move, we keep going. I think it's looking pretty cool. As soon as we add the darkness in the this section over here, it's all gonna come together so quickly. But for now, let's get into that swirl with a little bit of white, or as they say on YouTube, add a little bit of spice. There we go. That's what I want. So the white now looks intentional. It doesn't just look like I've missed spaces. So that's exactly what I wanted. I'm going to be quite picky about where I put this white so that it's not just needs to be a little bit thicker. Yeah, because it's not all over the place on my mock-up. It's just in a couple of sections, so let's not overdo it. There's a little bit up here. There we go. I'm not afraid of dollopy paint. Dollopy paint is the friend of Van Gogh artworks. Van Gogh. I should create a poll here. Is it Van Gogh or Van Gogh? And do you know, or are you just guessing? I've had mixed reviews about whether it's Van Gogh or Van Gogh. Alright, this white is actually doing exactly what I wanted it to do, so that's good. Using it sparingly. autofocus keeps focusing on my hand. There we go, a little bit more vibrant in the white. See how the white sort of just disappears? Okay, the white just sort of disappears if you don't lay it on thick enough. There we go. It's starting to really stand out now. If you're new on the stream, I'd love to know where you are tuning in from. What state, what country? Please let me know down in the comments where you are coming from. I am streaming from South Korea and it is 2:28 a.m. We've been going for 2.5 hours now, and we are, I'd say, about halfway through the first chew. We've done a mock-up, we've done surface preparation, and we've done taping. I grew up in South Africa, so South African dude broadcasting from South Korea to my mostly American YouTube audience, and we've got one guy from India. We've got South Africa, a couple of South Africans in the stream, and who else? Who else is tuning in? Let me know in the comments down below. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So now I've got a fair amount of white, and what I really want to do is, if I just go back to that mock-up, what I really want to do is I want to get these sort of very bright blue streaks. So I'm going to take the pale blue again. So that was this guy, pale blue, and I'm probably going to add some white to him just to get some nice bright blue going on. Do I have any pale blue left? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, and I'm gonna add some white to that, mixing my colors off camera. Here we go. Angelus is so great. Like, I love the way that they've got these little nail polish sort of applicators, so that you don't have to like up in the whole bottle and then just end up wasting a whole lot. So I'm gonna add some white to the blue. That's looking nice and bright. I don't want it to be too white, because then it's just going to make the whole painting look sort of chalky. I don't want it to be too similar to the actual white that I have put on. So let's see how this goes. I mean, it's all good and well when you mix a color in a palette, but it's completely different when you actually apply it. So let's give it a go. Alright, so it's not quite different enough. Not quite what I was going for. You know what we're going to have to do? I'm going to have to pop some white here and then paint over it with that blue once the white is dry, because it seems like the blue is getting lost in the background. So I'm just going to toss some white in here, and then I will paint over those white streaks with the blue in a moment or two. So all of these white bits are probably going to be that bright blue. But still, it's looking pretty good. Pretty happy with that. I'm going to add some more of that white blue into the, sorry, I'm going to add a little bit more of this very white light blue into the yellow mix. I've already got some white there, so if I toss this light blue on top of that white, it should do exactly what I'm hoping it'll do. Let's see. Yep, that's better. That's what I want. Yeah. Yeah. That's looking better. Still too much yellow in here. I'm going to still add yellow on top. But I want it to look, just want it to peek through a little bit. I don't want it to be a strong, uniform color. Alright, Frequency, before you go, please don't forget to subscribe so we can connect more in the future. Thanks for the chat. You're always welcome here. There we go. This is really starting to layer up nicely. So now that that white is there, I'm just going to pop the blue on top of the white. It doesn't have to cover it perfectly. It's the wonderful thing about this Van Gogh artwork is nothing has to be perfect. It just has to be. It just has to be there. Just need to channel my inner Bob Ross. Nothing has to be perfect, it just has to be there. You just got to try your best. Cool. Cheers. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, so this yellow is starting to look better. I'm going to go in there again with the deeper blue because I'm kind of losing the deep blue there a little bit. I want it to be nice and thick and globby, but I think I put too much water in it, so just kind of like that. And I'll probably put some more light blue on top of that soon, but just that is doing exactly what I want it to do. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Then while it's still wet, I think I'm going to toss in a little bit of the university blue from over here. This guy over here. And just smush. Yeah, that is so perfect for the Van Gogh style. It's all like, I don't know, like half the brush stroke is one color and the other half of the brush stroke is another color. That's exactly what makes this style look so good. Should have been doing this all on like a wet canvas. That would have really worked out well. Get rid of that yellow in the corner. It's too much yellow. I'm going to add some yellow on top here just now. Oh, there we go. Now we're mixing. Look at that. Picking up the colors from the actual canvas and then popping them down, and they're sort of mixing as they go. Oh, that's pretty satisfying. I'm going to just add more light blue on top of that, just to sort of further this effect a little bit. There we go. That's it. Sure, maybe I should have been using that technique all along. That really works. That's looking pretty Van Gogh-y, pretty Van Gogh-y. Maybe I'm a little too zoomed in, but to my eyes, that looks good. Let's just add a little bit of dark blue in there. Just a smidgen. Ah, thank you very much, Mom. Really appreciate you guys tuning in. Alright, so let's get that yellow section up the top there with a similar kind of technique. We're going to just add in a little bit of dark blue here and there. I think the dark blue here is probably my favorite part. Nope, we need more blue. I've run out of blue. Gonna make it nice and thick now. Usually when you are painting on canvas shoes, well when you're painting with Angelus at all, you need to try and keep the paint quite thin. You want to put lots of thin layers rather than doing a couple of thick layers. It can be very tempting to just go thick, but I think that this is going to be fun. I'm just going to kind of risk it with painting nice and thick in these areas. Just sort of reintroducing the dark blue in all the places where I've sort of toned it down after the first time. There we go. It's looking quite good. Here we go. Can I just add in, like I did previously, just paint on top of these while they're here. I'm not even going to clean my brush anymore, forget that. There we go. Kind of go for that messy Van Gogh look. Yeah, that's starting to look good. Oh, don't want such big strokes because that'll ruin the flowy effect if I'm not careful. Just add a little bit up here. That's looking much more Van Gogh-y very quickly. Still gotta look forward a little bit. It's not in its ugly phase anymore, but it's starting to, it's growing up. That's what it is. It's maturing. Okay, these colors are looking a little bit muddy. I need some more white. Let's toss some white in here. Nope, that's the wrong color. That's a bit purple. I don't want any purple. Let's get some more light blue. I think I really like that light blue. It's a solid color for this pair. Problem is the paint is all sitting at the bottom. There we go. Now, I need to be careful. I've kind of, in these areas over here, I've kind of made the strokes a little too thick because I allowed my paint to get very globby. So now I need to try and tone that down a bit. I'm still going to use globby paint, but I'm going to try and control my brush strokes a little bit so that if you look here, so like I can't have these all blurring together so much, so I'm gonna try and split them up like that. Yeah, that's working. Try and split them up. That's a little bit better. Do the same on this side. Try not to worsen the problem by being careless like that. But it's okay, it's all part of the process. Okay, I'm not quite sure about this area over here still working on trying to figure out what's going on there. It's a little bit, I feel like I've lost the direction a little bit here. So let's try and fix that. There we go. That's a little bit better. Throw in a little bit of this sort of darker shade of blue as well. I'm going to toss in a little bit of light blue. This light blue is not very light. Okay. A little bit of this blue around. There we go. That's what was missing. A little bit of this blue. And let's check out this little swirl in the section. I don't want to forget about this because I've been neglecting it a little bit in each pass. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Really got to just keep coaxing these lines a little bit, give a little, take a little. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some yellow now. I'm going to use the some white in order to oh, my yellow has gone dry. I'm going to use a lot of white with a little bit of yellow in order to make these sort of yellowy sections not too stark. Oh, just done a terrible thing. I've put a green paintbrush in my yellow paint pot. That is terrible. Okay, so I got my yellow and I'm going to just add some white to the mix here. Actually, quite a lot of white to the mix here. I want it to be nice and mostly white, actually. That's a lot better. Yeah, because I think the yellow that I was using earlier on was too sunny. You know, I needed to be a bit more I don't know, whatever this color is. It's more sort of like a chalky white, chalky yellow. So, oh gosh, paint everywhere. Alright, that is much better. Alright, so I'm going to use this sort of yellow and I'm going to bring out these sort of starbursts a little bit better, because this is just like white, just yellow now. So let's bring some real tonal variance out here. I'm going to actually start taking back a little bit of the yellow. You won't really be able to see the difference in the yellow right now, but the fact that the white has been added to the yellow is the only reason that it's visible on top of the darker blue. If you just try to put yellow straight on top of the blue, it would just disappear into the background instantly. So here we go. I'm probably gonna dial these yellow bits back a little bit later. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. We definitely don't want them becoming green, so I might come back over them again, or I might dial them back. When I say dial them back, I mean put other colors on top of them to make them less prominent. Yeah, that's looking a lot better, a lot better. I'll just throw in a little cheeky one here. and gonna just add in a little bit more like white yellow here. It's not really in the mock-up, but I just feel like it should be here. So the Van Gogh police might come for me, but other than that, I think I'm fine to do this. Okay, so there's a lot of white in here. It's still appearing very yellow, so I think I want more white. Okay, that's looking better. Alright, very globby, maybe too globby. Let's get rid of a little of that. We don't want these big thick strokes like we had earlier. That's better. It's sort of like a, I don't know, what color? It's not canary yellow. Canary yellow is very bright. This is sort of like, I don't know, when you add egg to your omelette while you're mixing it. Sorry, not egg. When you add milk to your omelette. Everybody who heard that, please add egg to your omelette. I highly recommend it. If you've been making omelets without eggs, then we need to have a serious chat sometime. There we go. So this yellow is coming through much better than the base coat that I originally had. It's sort of, this whiter yellow is looking pretty good. It's a little bit too thick, so I'm going to add a little bit of water to it. Ah, Infinity! No worries, I'm so glad to have you. Everybody, Infinity is one of my day one subscribers. Comments and likes and encourages me on every single video. Always brightens up my day. Welcome, thanks for joining. You missed out. The beginning, I did a full Photoshop mock-up of this pair before starting and did all the prep work, but all of that will be available in the video once the live stream is done. So just gonna throw a random little streak of yellow here for no reason other than I'm just a pure anarchist. There we go. Another stray streak of yellow here, just because I don't want it to seem like it's all too rigid. I like to just throw in the odd bit here and there to, I don't know, to tie it all together. So that's starting to look a lot better. Thank you, Leah. I like eggs in my omelets as well. Okay, yeah, so the sky is starting to come along quite nicely. I'm gonna use the gift box blue again, just sort of in this area around the yellow. Might add some white to it just because I don't want this to become green again. We fought so hard to get rid of the green, so let's try to add some white to the gift box blue. And my hands are so full of paint. I need to be very careful touching these shoes. Alright, just gonna take here's my gift box blue, which is more like a teal kind of turquoise color, so let's just get that to the right color. It's very green, very green. Just add a spot of blue. Hope that doesn't ruin the color. No, that's pretty much exactly what it looks like on my screen. So I'm gonna add a couple of, check the hands first. I'm gonna add a couple of strategically placed gift box blue. So not enough white. I want it to be nice and strong. What I might have to do, because this isn't coming out so strong, is I might have to use a little bit of white as a, like I did over here. Just, this is actually looking fine. Let's zoom. Oh, gee, the zoom on this camera is amazing. Infinity, where are you joining us from today? Where are you, what state, what country? Been asking everybody who hops on the stream where they're joining us from. Alright, I'm going to do the same thing, that sort of gift box blue. It's subtle, but it really ties the yellow with the blue quite nicely. So I'm going to do the same thing in and amongst the yellow here. There are a couple of instances of it in my mock-up, so I feel pretty good about that, because it's still a little bit too yellow here. You look at the swirls long enough to get hypnotized, yeah. Oh, you're from New York City. Alright, nice. So what time is it there now? From where I am broadcasting in South Korea, it is now nearly 3 a.m. So we've been going for nearly 3 hours now, and we are nearly halfway finished on this first shoe. So my guess of 8 hours is starting to look actually a little bit presumptuous. Maybe a little conservative. There we go. Can you see the stars at night in the Bronx, Infinity? Or does the city lights make it impossible? Okay, let's just toss in a few random bits and pieces in here. I feel like it's all a little bit too just purely blue in this area, so I'm just gonna toss in the odd little flake of gift box blue. Flake's maybe not the best word, but there we go. And I'm going to do the same thing. Oh, awesome. That's pretty cool. Kind of assumed that in the big city you wouldn't get many stars, because where we are here in Korea, you know, we get to see the same 5 stars every night because the light pollution is pretty extreme. So we don't get the full sky of stars that we were used to back in SA. Alright, let's see if I can get a little bit closer here. Oh, there we go. This is coming along. I think that I am probably, I'd say, about nearly 90% done with the sky for now, and then I might come back to it a little bit after doing the ground and the bushes, but for now I think that I am quite happy with how this is looking. Just gonna add a few accents here and there. I'm going to add a little bit more sort of dark blue to this sky before I call it quits. This will probably be my last little bit of dark blue for the sky. Okay, don't want to overdo it, so okay, just gonna bring back a little bit of this dark blue here. Fine details. Pretty happy with that. Ooh. Alright, I think I'm gonna leave the sky there for now, and I'm gonna move on to the bottom half. Let's have a look at the mock-up again. So this is the mock-up that we made earlier on. So we've done the sky. I think we've done a pretty good job of the sky, and now it's time to work on this section over here. So how are we going to go about that? I think I'm going to start with the dark blue. I think I'm going to get the dark blue and the light blue going at the same time, so I can paint while both colors are wet, like I did in the sky at one point. I think that is going to be really effective for this Van Gogh look. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, it does kind of look a little bit like sea life. Alright, let's give this a go. I'm definitely going to need to get up and clean my water sometime. This is really, really dirty water. I haven't cleaned it once. But then again, I don't think Van Gogh ever cleaned anything of his when he was working on his paintbrushes, his works, because everything sort of looks quite muddy. Alright, so let's just proper paint under there, and let's get crazy with these, with a base coat here. So we've got our mountains. I'm just going to throw in some random colors for now, because right now it doesn't really matter what colors we're using so long as they're blue. So there's sort of like a little valley there, and then there's kind of like a ravine in between these two hills here, like this, and there is, it's like a second mountain range, and it looks like there's like a little bit of a valley between the two. So here's the first ridge. Let's actually just clarify this line again. Here's the first ridge, and here is the second ridge. And I love Van Gogh because I can be as messy as I want, and it's all okay. The yellow fish. I don't know. I'd look it up if I could multitask, but I can't right now. So let's just throw in some light blue here. Oh, needs more water. Throw in some light blue. And we've also got this sort of, this hill has also got, oh, I feel so dangerous being so messy. Instead of being clinical, this is all so messy. It's lovely. Just gonna be a little bit wild. These mountains have sort of streaks to them, the way that he painted it. So I'm gonna mimic that. Interesting question. So this is the first pair of customs I have ever done for myself. Everybody always asks me, if I paint shoes, why do my feet look so bare all the time? And the answer to that is that nobody ever pays me to do a pair of shoes for myself. And that sounds a bit sad, actually, but it's just, when you are trying to make some cash out of a customization business, they take so long that, to devote 15 hours to a pair of shoes or an artwork where you're not going to make something on them, it deterred me for a long time. And then when I finally bought this pair of shoes for myself, I thought, what would be a really cool artwork that would be really cool to watch on a live stream, could also double as a tutorial, because I don't have a VANS tutorial on my channel yet. I've got a Converse one, and I've got an Air Force one. So I thought, this will be great. And I also thought, what can be done where people don't need an airbrush? Because a lot of people come onto my channel looking for tutorials, and I don't want to deter people who are just looking for a fairly straightforward project just by bombarding them with airbrushing stuff. And I know this doesn't look straightforward just because it's taken me 3 hours so far. Well, I mean, some of that was doing a mock-up, and some of that was doing taping and stuff. But I think this is still a very simple and straightforward project that I think a lot of people could have a lot of success with, even if they don't have any real painting skill, because all this really requires is lines, small little lines. So I thought it would be a great for a video, great for a tutorial. I really like the artwork myself, and I actually did Starry Night on a pair of what were they? Pumas. A pair of Puma shoes, beginning of 2023. So I'm just giving it a second shot now, and just enjoying the process. I really like doing this very loose, free style. It's abstract, but there's plenty of form, so I'm just enjoying it. This was my wife's idea, this artwork. I agonized over it a little bit. I was like, what can I paint that I will enjoy to wear, but also that I could use as a great video that's not too simple? And probably the easiest thing I could have thought of for people finding it useful on YouTube probably would have been like some cherry blossoms, but I didn't want to walk around with cherry blossom shoes. So I chose this, and I'm very happy with my choice so far. As I mentioned earlier, all paintings go through an ugly phase. The sky went through an ugly phase. It's looking pretty now. The mountain is going through an ugly phase, so we just got to trust the process, and it'll look good eventually. Angelfish, that's the one. That's right. Cool, so I'm kind of getting these little streaky mountain things on the go. Kind of indecisive about whether I want to go from dark to light or light to dark, so I keep switching between the two, but it doesn't matter. I'm in charge today. There ain't no customer today telling me this is how I want it. It's just me. I'm the customer. Okay, so this blue is the bluest blue that I have, but it's not dark enough, so I'm going to throw some black into the mix, and I think that is going to add a whole lot of depth to this blue. Hopefully it doesn't look too muddy, but even if it does, that's fine with me. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna reiterate that mountain range again, that peak. It's all pretty dark along this line. And I'm gonna use on this side too. Cool. And it's quite clear that when he painted this, he was putting wet paint on wet paint. So I'm gonna just try to work as quick as possible here and sort of muddy these paints up. There we go. That's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Yeah. Wish I had some indigo. Some really like deep indigo paint. I'm sure Angelus makes an indigo. I just don't have it. Oh, that's cool. You've moved on to t-shirts. That's pretty cool. Never given t-shirts a go. I've done a denim jacket, but not t-shirts yet. That's pretty cool. There we go. Okay, and this little ridge over here, let's give it a little bit of this dark. There's a little bit too much black for my liking. It's too harsh, so I'm gonna take some blue and just mix it in there. This is supposed to be sort of a curved gradient. Been going with the flow all this time. Let's not mess it up, Tristan. Okay. Okay. Gonna make it mostly all grey and muddied here, and then I'm gonna add some like royal blue on top of it as best I can. Let's add a little bit of this color. Yeah, that's quite nice. It's a bit odd, but it'll do. And then just give a few little highlights along the way. Like that. Wet on wet. It's quite a cool effect. This is so not how I paint. But it's quite a cool experience breaking away from what I'm used to, because I usually like to let the layers dry and then I put layer upon layer to get a nice opaque coat, but this is kind of freeing because it's looking quite cool. Okay. Yeah, it's true. Sneakers are expensive. They really are expensive. It's not just for getting started and just, you know, it's expensive for the customer. It's expensive. The paint is expensive. The shoes are expensive. It's quite an expensive, hobby actually. Just going to add a little bit more lighter blue in here because I just want to add a few little highlights with this This is not in the mock-up. I'm kind of just making it up a little bit. And it's time to add a little bit of that. I'm going to throw in a little bit of white here. Oddly enough, I'm going to throw in some white. Because I'm going to, once this white is dry, I'm going to pop in some deep blue. And I want the deep blue to catch on the white. I don't want it to get lost in the rest of the design. Don't want it to get lost in this muddy color. Yeah, that's starting to look a little bit better. Let's just hop in here. There we go. Cool, that's looking, I'm actually really happy with that. I'm gonna let that dry for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go on to this next section, which is the this sort of hill. Just gonna use a lot of, what is this? Pale blue, Angelus pale blue. So for reference, that's Angelus pale blue. Focus. Yeah, Angelus pale blue. I'm going to use that for this section over here. Going to sort of spread it around here. First, I'm going to mark off where these trees are going to start. So these are the trees, and then it sort of tapers off that way. So we've got all of this area to work with, and the brush strokes are sort of going in a I don't know, top right to bottom left kind of manner. I did a little bit. This is my first ever live stream, can you believe it? When I started in the beginning, I was a little bit nervous, felt like I was talking too much. But now I've realized that talking lots is good. Yeah. Just sort of going into the flow of doing art really helps it not feel like pressure. It just feels like me and the art, and if anybody happens to be listening, then that's great. But I am enjoying the questions. I've had some very cool conversations so far tonight. We've had a 16-year-old that is writing a book about motivation. We've had my family. We've had some friends. We've had people from South Africa, people from the States, people from India. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool just to see that people are interested in tuning in. Cool, so this is slowly coming along. I got the direction a little bit wrong here, but that's fine. I'm gonna grab some light blue. Light blue. Add some water to it. A lot of my paints are a little bit globby. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and rectify the gradient that we're doing here. Oh, sorry, not the gradient. The direction of these strokes. Because these are pretty uniform, as opposed to how the sky is a little bit more chaotic. This is quite a lot more uniform. So, got a question there in the comments section from a Nick Daly, who happens to be my business partner and father. Welcome, father. In the beginning of this in the beginning of this live stream, I did a mock-up, and I have it here in front of me. So I created this little mock-up, and we're busy working on shoe number 1 over here, and already done the sky, and just sort of working on the ground now. So the sky it's looking okay. We're getting there. I'm just sort of working on the contrast for the ground, and then it'll probably make it a little bit easier to work on the sky once done. Really feel like next time I do a live stream, I think I'm gonna have some lo-fi music playing in the background, just to make it a little bit more groovy. But since I learned how to use this entire program over the past, I don't know, entire day, I think I learned a lot in a really short space of time. Alright, so time to add some, I'm going to use this, which is the gamma blue. I'm going to use the gamma blue in between each of these lines. I'm going to put it quite thick. So I'm going to do it sort of bottom to top rather than from top to bottom. I'm going to sort of work on these bottom areas, filling in the white spaces without making it too uniform. There we go. Like I said, every painting goes through its ugly phase, and this is definitely the ugly phase. It will get better, just got to trust the process and keep on going. It is now 20 past 3 a.m. here in Daegu, South Korea, and I've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes since starting this pair. And we are probably, I'm going to say, about I'm going to say 70% done with this shoe. 70% done at nearly 3.5 hours. That's, I estimated 8 hours for this entire pair, but maybe I should have thought about including the mock-up and the taping. That took probably a good 30 to 40 minutes. Really glad that I upped the saturation on that mock-up instead of the sort of muddied look that Van Gogh originally did it in, because I think that this is playing into the colors that I've got a lot better. And like I said, for the first time ever, I'm the customer, so I get to do whatever I want, which is really nice. If you have just joined us and you haven't already told us, please let me know in the comments down below what country you are joining us from. So far today we have had somebody from, well, we've got Infinity here from the Bronx, we've had a couple from South Africa, we have had somebody from India. Where are you from? What state? What country? And what time is it there? Alright, so I think this is coming along quite nicely. I'm going to go in with that dark blue in this section now. Like I said I was going to. I'm going to just try not to mix my colors too much. That's what I was going for. Unfortunately, I don't have a sort of deep blue. I've just got this. This is the bluest blue that I've got. It's called blue, but it's not the sort of violety blue that is on the original artwork, but it's doing a pretty good job. I think it goes quite well with the rest of the colors that we're using here. Alright, so gonna do this little hill here, give it a little bit more color because I don't want it to get left behind. There we go. There we go. A lot of making it up as I go here. The colors aren't a perfect match, but they're pretty good enough to go with the feeling of the painting rather than what it actually looks like. Let's just pop some light blue in here. As somebody who is pretty comfortable with sort of just being messy when I paint and then finding order in the chaos, I'm finding this pretty hard to just like be free with my brush strokes. But it's all part of learning, I guess. It certainly helps that Van Gogh's style is pretty messy, and the best way to sort of replicate it is by being messy. Yeah, it's a pretty good mountain, I'd say. Alright, let's add some deeper blue into this second hill over here. It's looking a little bit too bright and poppy for me. Light blue it is. The light blue that is not even white. Light. It's quite a dark light blue. Alright, let's do this. Okay, that's sort of the same blue as I was already using there. So I'll just reiterate those colors, and then I think I'll go in with the blue after that, because I think the blue is what I want. These, on the original painting, this section has uncharacteristically long strokes. Most of Van Gogh's strokes are very short and stubby, but in this section they're quite long, so that's why I'm doing longer strokes here, but I don't want them to be so uniform, so I'm going to try and break that up by using the darker blue. Let's see if I can do it. Okay, so this is the blue, the darkest blue I have, with no black added to it this time. And I'm not going to add much or any water to it at all. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's cool. Just gonna sort of accent it here and there, because consistency is the enemy of a Van Gogh painting. It's got too much water on it. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's not as pretty as the 60-second short on YouTube Shorts, but it's a beautiful process watching all of the decisions that have to get made along the way that you don't really get to see in a very short little video. Feel like I'm spending entirely too much time working on this particular hill, so I might just move on and come back to it at a later stage, because I don't want to get painter's block. Is that a thing? Painter's block? I know artists get block and writers get block, but I've never heard anybody mention painter's block before. Alright, I think I'm somewhat happy with that. I think I'm just going to throw in some more really light streaks in between. I'm going to actually add a little bit of white here, because I don't want these light blues disappearing into the darker blues. So let's just see if this does the trick. Okay, here we go. Well, that does do the trick. There we go. And it breaks up the uniformity a little bit. Kind of makes it look a bit messy, if I'm being honest. Might have to go in there with the dark blue one more time. But starting to feel a little bit happier about this hill. Want it to look a little bit more rounded at the top, so I'll just throw in some slightly curved lines here. Oh, that does the trick. Makes the hill look like it's more of a hill rather than just disappearing. Not really on the mock-up, but I think it's effective. Just got to get rid of the stripy tiger area here. It's too uniform. What's my favorite scenery to lay out on some sneakers? Daytime or nighttime? I think it must be nighttime, because I don't do this as a full-time gig. I do this just sort of in my leisure time. So a lot of the time I end up painting in the evenings, and not really often on weekends, because I like to unwind and spend time with my wife on the weekends. So I try not to work if I can help it. But evenings, the odd evening a week, I can really just get stuck in to a painting. If I understood your question correctly, just let me know if I didn't. Okay, so now we've got just this sort of ground section to do. Let me just pop up the mock-up one more time. We've got these sort of green hedges with blue tops with some, I guess that's gift shop blue or some white on top. I'll probably use white first and then some gift box blue. But I'm going to use this quick opportunity to pause just for 20 seconds. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, and we're back. Wow, it's actually really hard to believe that that it's taken 3.5 hours to do this so far. I'm actually really surprised. Now, where is my camera gone? There we go, that's me. There we go. All right, time to move on to the... Oh, what scenery do I like to paint? I actually have a little bit of an affinity towards stars. I've done a couple of sort of spacemen pairs, and when I did surfboards a lot, I really, really enjoyed doing like stars a lot, and I really just think that I think my answer is probably closer to nighttime as opposed to daytime. Just because I got a really cool technique for painting stars. I think I really enjoy it, and it's quite effective. Okay, so getting the gift box blue on here, and I'm gonna have to mix some green, so that's blue and yellow. But let me put down the gift box blue first, because it's actually, I think it should be quite nice and opaque, and then I'll add green after the fact. So let's zoom in here, and oh, there's paint all over my fingers. Okay. This live stream is absolutely chowing through my data. I wonder how long I'm going to be able to go before this conks out. Alright, let's pick up the pace a little bit. Alright, so there we go. Thank you, Mary. Thanks for joining us. Where in the world are you joining us from? What country? What state? What time of day? I've been asking all of our viewers today the same question. We've had some people from India, some from South Africa, some from the States. Where do you hail from? There we go. Some round edges on these bushes, and then it's sort of, the pattern kind of breaks a little bit in the corner over here. Alright, so I'm just going to leave a little space in between them so I can tell them apart. And I'm going to mix USA 2:40 p.m. Wow, it is 3:30 a.m. here. I am broadcasting from Daegu, South Korea, and it's morning time here. But thanks so much for joining us. Alright, so I'm going to be mixing some yellow in with our blue in order to make some green. I'm going to make it a nice muddy green, just like Mr. Van Gogh has done. So let's just have a look here. Got my yellow. Making a lot of mess, you know. All good artworks are just various stages of mess, aren't they? And let's start off with a lighter blue, mixing it with the yellow, and see how that goes. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. It's a very yellowy color. Let's just add a splotch of darker blue in there. So it's a, I'm going to try and not mix the color too well, because, you know, these colors kind of look good when they're muddy. Very Van Gogh-esque, if like half of the brush stroke is one color and the other half is another color. It kind of adds to a cool, unique style. Alright, let's get into these bushes. I'm gonna just go over them pretty much the same as I did before. That needs a bit more water. I'm gonna do the bottoms first, actually. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. They're just, I mean, even if I look at the original painting, I can't really tell what they are. They kind of look like bushes or hay bale bushes. It's unclear. So because it's unclear, I'm just gonna sort of abstractly approach them. There we go. I'm just gonna do the grass here the same color for now, just as a base coat, because all of this white just ends up getting in the way and I want to get rid of it as soon as possible. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and I'm going to throw in a whole lot more blue into this green to make it a much darker green. And I'm gonna, while this paint is still wet, I'm going to go in and give it some more definition. This brush is probably a little bit too big for this, but I'm gonna try anyway. Let's go. There we go. A little bit of definition underneath each bush. Hey, I'm managing to stay with my commitment to one brush throughout the whole pair, because it kind of looks like all of his brush strokes are the same size. There we go. That doesn't look half bad. I'll do the same thing on these ones down here. Just got to get the angle right so that we're not leaving a little white mark at the bottom here. And we'll just get that dark in there as well. And we'll add some nice frosty tips to these a little bit later on, because in the mock-up that we made, you can see that there's sort of like a highlight on each of them. My goodness, could you imagine if the greats did live streams? They would literally run the telephone companies into the ground with the amount of time of streaming that it would take. My goodness. Okay, so we're just going to add that slightly lighter green. I'm going to go in here now that I've got a little bit of dark. I'm not going to lose these bushes if I fill in the white, so I was just avoiding that for now. I've got these little hay bale bushes, and as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to go straight into giving them those little highlights at the top to give them that nighttime kind of look, because, you know, it's nighttime. This is starry night, not starry day. My greens are sort of muddling together a little bit here, but it's okay. We can still tell each little bush apart from each other. I think it's looking alright. And now, while this paint is still wet, I think I'm gonna grab the gift box blue, which is a much lighter color paint. And I'm going to try and give it a little bit of iciness on top. Yeah, like that. I mean, this might require a couple of different layers, or maybe I should have done this while it was a little bit drier, but it's fun. Might need to come back and redo this because I'm losing out on a bit of texture here. If it was dry, I think I could get a little bit of texture, but I think I might even come in here with some white after this. Yeah. And I'm going to do the same thing with the bottom ones. They're a lot different on the original painting, but I'm going to make them all sort of uniformish. Not trying to be Da Vinci here, just trying to do a cool pair of kicks. There we go. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Now I'm going to throw in some deep blue underneath because I see that's what we've got. Going to add a little bit of green to the blue so that it's like a browny, muddy blue. And I'm going to add it underneath here, like sort of the shadows underneath the bushes. Yeah, that's right. I think that's pretty. The color showing on my camera is not as like true as what I'm seeing in front of me, but hopefully I can bring them both into conformity. So there we go. Just get a little bit loose and creative here with these bushes. It's abstract. I need to try and like break away from trying to have everything defined. I'm always telling my business partner that he needs to break away from being too clinical, even though that's what he's excellent at. But here I am struggling to do the same thing. Okay. That dark blue's looking quite cool in there. Just don't want these bushes to look too uniform and like pretty little hedges all in a row, because that's not what they look like on the painting. It looks messy and muddy and a bit, I don't know, a bit dodgy actually. Let me throw in some white here. Let's throw in some white, just very sparing. Oh, this is yellow. Goodness. Clean your brush, dude. Okay, the brush looks clean. Just tiny bits of white here. This is a bit too much white actually, but if I make it look messy enough, it might not look too. I don't want it to look neat. Neatness and uniformity is the enemy of this project. Here we go. Kind of. Yes, my goal in being untidy is being successful. Is successful. Let's just throw in a little bit of white here too. The bottom ones are a little bit more sort of icebergy than white, but we'll see how they look just now. too much green here still, so I think I'm going to take some blue and paint over the green. Let's go with this blue here. Yeah, that's a lot more a lot more Van Gogh-y. Van Gogh-y. Sort of the mid-tone of each bush with a bit of this blue is actually working quite nicely, because it is night time. It wouldn't be this color green in the night. Maybe in the brightness of the day, but not in the night. And we'll throw a little bit of blue on the ground here as well. Put some white over it just now. But yeah, that looks cut cool. This kind of looks a little bit odd the way it just sort of ends here. So what I'm going to do is add some green here like so. And I'm going to just pull some streaks into the blue to sort of peter it off like that. A little bit of a reflection here, but it actually, I think it could be quite effective. I'm going to probably bring a little bit of blue in there and like sort of tone that down. Mixing the blues and the greens. That's too much green. I'm going to add some black to the dark blue to make it even darker, and I'm going to add some even deeper shadows in and amongst these. There we go. There are a couple of sections that look very dark on the source material, so that kind of works. Some at the top as well. It doesn't make sense, but it is what I see on the mock-up. Okay, that line's a bit thick, but whatever, I'm not changing my paintbrush. And do the same here on the edge. Some deep shadows underneath the bush, I guess. Yeah, I mean, these are starting to look pretty good, I think. Let's take some more dark blue and really let that dark blue get in there. That's a bit too dry. Just throw in a little bit of dark blue for each of the shadow sections up against that sort of black blue. Yeah, darker green here on the floor. And like I said, I'm going to add a little bit of white. White mixed with gift box blue in that section on the floor. That is too wet. I almost made a huge mistake there. Okay, here we go. Cool. Yeah, I'm liking the look of that quite a lot. I didn't get as much sort of foreground in this as I had thought I would. But yeah, still looking pretty good. Okay, just checking on how much data I have left for live streaming. 10 gigs. Alright, should be fine. Alright, so I think for this one, I'm busy looking at the mock-up, and I think that there are just a few more little tweaks that I want to do before I move on to the next shoe. I think one of those things is adding a little bit more light blue to this hill. So just a few accents here and there, like this. Let's zoom in there a bit. There we go. That makes all the difference, so that it's not just a boring old hill. It's got 3 or 4 colors in it, not just one color or 2 colors. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I think that's a little bit more on brand for this painting. Oh, thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear that. I think that it's out of its ugly phase now, and it's into its sort of final phases for this particular side. Just having a look at the hills. I think the hills need a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more of that. And I wish I had a deeper blue for this mountain. I really do. I really do. Adding black just doesn't... It's not the same. Well, let's zoom out. Yeah, I think I really like that. I really like that. And when I put the clear coat, the matte clear coat, or the 4-coat clear coat, I think it's going to really make the colors pop quite a lot. Alright, cool. Good enough for me. Let's move on to the second shoe while we still have data. I'm just gonna prop that there. Have a sip of water. Alright, shoe number 2. Let's do this. I imagine this is going to go a lot quicker because I feel like I have sort of got a better understanding of the colors now. So really should start with the mid-tones. You know what? I'm going to go with this. What color is this? I'm going to start with the uni blue. See how we go from there. Like with the last, the first side, I'm going to plot out the direction of the sort of flow. Let's sort of just make sure the camera is focusing on the right shoe. Yeah, I'm just going to plot out the flow. So here it kind of looks like the colors bleed towards the right here, and they go around. There's like a bit of a bend here. I wish I had planned better and I could have put the mock-up side by side so you guys could see what I'm looking at, but let's just roll with it for now. This first stage is, it's not going to look good for a while, but we're just laying the groundwork, I guess. So there's a big chunk of wind or night sky or whatever it is that goes in a general this direction until it goes out of sight or out of frame. So I'll just plot out the direction of all of the air currents, and then I'll move on to the cool stuff. I reckon the first shoe, the sky, took me a good 2 hours. So let's see how much quicker I can do this. Okay. So all the way to the end of the frame here, it's going about this cool curve. It comes to a point like that. And then on this side, on the left side of the shoe, it kind of goes towards the left like so. Should be using big brush strokes here, because it's all going to get covered anyway. I may as well be making my base coat. So this goes in a general this way direction. And then we've got the sort of undercurrent of the yellowy section, which kind of comes from left to right. Ooh, gee, that's quite a thick stroke. And in the middle of all of this, we have our star, which is got sort of round the circle directions. So I think this is, you know, this entire painting, it's all about the direction. I mean, that's all that really matters, is getting the direction right. The actual strokes can be in all manner of different thicknesses, and there are a lot of creativity can be done in this area. But so long as the direction is right, I think it'll look good. It'll look normal. All right, I'm gonna grab some blue. That's too much water. Gonna add some blue, and I'm gonna mark out the mountain just so I know where this all stops. Alright, so the mountain is going to start here-ish, and it's gonna dip like that and then rise again over here. Used a lot of water there. And then it's gonna dip down again here, and we've got some farmland here, and then some more trees and stuff here. So good, we'll just mark these out for later. More bushes. Should have done these at the same time. Didn't think of it. Okay, and then there are also some bushes here, but they are more like a glacier kind of color. A little bit of green here. Okay, cool. I think we've got a good starting point here. May as well just throw in the deep blue while I'm here. Why not? And then I'm gonna just quickly, I've got some brown here somewhere. Yes, the brown. I'm gonna use brown for this tree thing. I'm gonna use brown and black on that, but I'm gonna put the base coat just brown for now. Okay, so brown, it's going to start here. It's actually going to start all the way up here. Probably going to lose that soon, but that's okay. Yeah, this tree thing is very, very muddy colors. So, kind of looks like while the wet paint was on, he took a paperclip and scratched at the wet paint. It's got all of these little streak marks. So this is going to take up a fair amount of space here. And then there's another little curve here. Yeah, and it curves towards me like that. Yeah, cool. And then there's another little tendril here. Another little tendril here, and there's another one to the left, but I'll just do that once I've finished with the sky, because the sky is going to get in the way. So completely different approach on the second shoe from the first shoe. Already mapped out all of the other areas, and now I'm going to go into the sky with this, what color is this? Gamma blue, it's called. Gamma blue. I'm just going to move this over a bit. Whoopsie. Okay, let's roll. So this is quite a dark blue for this piece actually, but let's just follow the process, and the process involves getting rid of the white and layer upon layer upon layer of these lines. So funny, in my palette this paint actually looks so much brighter. It looks quite dark once I put it on the actual shoe. So maybe I'll add a little bit of water to that. I mean a little bit of white to that later, and try to get the colors nice and bright. Oh, that's way too much paint. I want to make sure that I'm going all the way to the edges here. I didn't do that well last time. Kind of got to make sure that you're holding the shoe at the right angle so you can really get into those edges. I really don't know why this paintbrush is seeming too big on this side, but it felt perfectly fine on the other side. Weird. Okay. We're going up and around, looking after the shape. As I mentioned, that's probably the most important part, is just keeping the shapes of the air currents or the winds or whatever this is supposed to be. There we go. Thank you very much for tuning in, Infinity. Really appreciate your support, always. What's your real name, by the way, if you don't mind sharing on the chat? Very curious. Optional to answer, you don't have to. Okay, so this goes all the way down to the tops of the mountain, and then on top left, maybe this is why I didn't do that last time. Now I can't put my hand on all of this section. Angel. Aha. What a cool name. Are you the angel that I did those Dragon Ball Z shoes for back in 2019? Alright, all the way to the edges here. Ah, that's a pity. Those were great shoes. I'm actually just going to paint over this brown section. It's just going to get in the way. I regret doing it now. Can always just put brown over anything. Brown is such a nice strong color. Note to self, being a right-handed painter, I should probably put the camera on the left-hand side next time. Looks very messy, I know, but it will get better. Just got to be patient. So this is only the second color, and we're going to put like 5 or 6 colors on here. Alright. Ah, thank you very much. So those Dragon Ball Z shoes that I did back in 2019, they were the first competition that we ran while we were trying to get our feet off the ground. It was on one side, it had Goku's face, the other side, Vegeta's face, and then on either outside, there was the two of them in sort of like a fighting stance, respectively. I don't think I even ever posted pictures on Instagram of those, but they're on my YouTube compilation somewhere. I'm sure you know exactly which ones I'm talking about. Alright, so cool. This is looking very turquoisey now. Oh, I left out a whole lot of sky here. And we're going to have to bring the blue back into the mix soon, because this is blue, but it's looking pretty greeny with how I'm seeing it right now. So I think next I'm going to use light blue. That's the name of the color, light blue. Actually, you know what? Forget that. I'm going to add this yellow in, because why not? It's yellow mixed with white, and let's just pop it right in the middle. Nice and messy. Just throw in some sort of fractures here to keep it Van Goghy. Would have been great if I decided whether I was going to call him Van Gogh or Van Gogh at the beginning of this stream, but here I am 4 hours in and I still haven't decided. Just sort of adding these yellow bits radiating from the center. I'm sure I'll pull those back later, because this one is actually mostly white. And then I'm just gonna pop another little star in the circle in the corner here, because it is actually on the mock-up, but it was so small that I thought I was going to ignore it. But there will be no ignoring the star today. We'll pop some white over that yellow just now, but for now, that's a good base. Cool. And while I've got the yellow, I may as well just throw in the yellow that's needed in this sort of belt over here. Alright, let's see. We don't want to overpower the yellow. Oh, gee, that's too much water. Okay, don't want to overpower it with yellow like I did last time. It was actually quite difficult to come back from. Made everything so green when I tried to paint on top of it. So I'm going to add a little bit of yellow in here, and then later I'll put yellow and white together on top of this. Just sort of put a few little iterations of yellow in here. We'll probably use some I'm really struggling with that one today. Gift box blue in there as well, next to the yellow. Wherever the yellow meets the blue, I think that gift box blue goes really well. Shout out to Sony cameras for managing to live stream for 4 straight hours without overheating. I'm really impressed with this camera. Alright, so next we are going with pale blue. Let's throw some pale blue and possibly some white into the mix. Okay, pale blue. Pale blue is loading. What do you do for work, Angel? I know you're probably busy doing things, but just nice to chat. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, so kind of filling in the gaps here with this light blue. I am going to, it's not going to look different enough for a little while, but I'm going to use this color to fill the gaps, and then I'll throw some white down in a little bit, and it'll tie it all together. Caregiver, that is an amazing position. It's actually something that my wife is considering looking at sometime soon. So I've been learning a lot about the profession recently. Quite a demanding position or nature of work, but very fulfilling. Okay, let's get this. Separate these pieces here. For some reason that first blue that I put down is looking kind of purple, and the blue that I'm using now is looking kind of green. Super weird. Might be the lighting. Alright, yeah, this is, like I said, ugly phase, ugly phase. I think adding some white into the mix soon will be great. I just got to, it's odd, got to remove the white before adding white. So it's kind of a bit counterintuitive, but that's what you do. Anime Poker, thanks for joining us. Where in the world are you joining us from today? Are you somewhere in the States, or what country are you from? I've actually done a full tutorial on how to do mockups on Photoshop on my channel that you should check out. And also, when this live stream is finished and this video is available, check out the beginning of this live stream, because I did a little tutorial on how to create a mockup in the beginning of this live stream. So you might benefit from that. Maybe it could be helpful, and you're welcome to drop a question on any of my videos, and I'll be happy to try and assist. Infinity, to answer your question, I am between fields right now. I have studied psychology, and I spent a little bit of time working as a therapist, as well as working in the teenage leadership development arena in a leadership training company. But my wife and I decided to do a little bit of traveling and take a break from that. So right now I am an English teacher in South Korea. But that's just by day. By night, I'm basically Batman, running these Kicks custom sneakers, making YouTube videos, and I'm writing my own online course for basically life skills for teenagers. That course should be coming out later this year. It's going to teach teenagers emotional intelligence, emotional regulation, how to have difficult conversations, how to prepare them for the world of work. So I'm very passionate about helping teenagers navigate this very messy world. So I guess the industry I'm in is entrepreneurship. That's the short answer. But with my education in psychology, I am uniquely positioned to use that in the entrepreneurial world. Customizing sneakers is just fun. Oh, Anime Poker, thank you. That is such a compliment. I try my best to make my videos easy to understand, and I really appreciate you letting me know. Nick Daly, I assume you mean Batman, and you didn't mean to call me Beta Man. Because there is only one Bateman, and that's Jason Bateman. From India. You are a second person joining us from India tonight. That's awesome. Midnight for you. Where I am right now, it is 4:22 a.m. We've been going now for 4 hours and 22 minutes. I predicted that this pair of customs would take 8 hours, but I am certain to run out of streaming data before those 8 hours are up. So I'm working as fast as I can to get as much of this pair done so that I am successful in my little challenge here. Cool, so the sky is starting to come along. It's still too green for my liking. I'm going to try and add some brighter blue now. For this pair, it's proving to be more difficult than I thought. The blues that I have are they're not very bright, or at least they're not showing up very bright on the canvas. They're very bright in my palette, but not so much on the canvas. So let's see what we can do. I might add some white accents, because that really made a huge difference on the previous shoe. But I'm happy to say that this is definitely coming along. Okay, like I said, I'm going to add some white to the blue, Angelus flat white, and hopefully that can pull the blue out of this sort of turquoise look. I'm not enjoying this turquoise look. So instead of adding pure white, I'm going to add white with a lot of blue in it, or a lot of light blue in it. Or should I say the other way around? You have. That is great news. I would love to see it. If you can tag us on Instagram, that would be so excellent, just for us to see how that works. So I'm going to pop our Instagram handle into the chat. So you could just comment on your video if you can upload it on Instagram or something like that. It would be so great, and we can see the mock-up that you made. These kicks SA. Is that correct? These kicks. Nope, 2 S's. These kicks SA. So check us out on These Kicks SA, and yeah, if you can send us a little message there, then we'd love to see the mock-up that you were inspired to create. I would love to see it. Okay, let's go. We're going to add some really light blue here, quite, well, not sparingly, but strategically, I guess. And I've got to use, this is quite interesting, you've got to kind of use a very light hand, because if you press too hard, the paint sort of becomes less opaque. I'm not quite sure the science behind why that is, but nice thin lines is allowing them to stand out against the other blues. So I'm just gonna dot these around all over the place, try and cover up as much actual white as possible, because I want to get rid of all of the white before I add any more. Here we go. Racing against the time. I started with 29 gigs of data, and I am on about 7 gigs now, so I've probably got less than an hour to go. I better pick up the pace, unless I can find another way to get data, which I might be able to do. Alright, these little light blue sections are working quite nicely to offset all of these other blues. I just don't want the colors getting lost. Change the direction a little bit inside this little starburst. Let's zoom all the way in and you'll see what I'm talking about. You don't use Instagram. You can try to DM. I'm not sure how that works on YouTube, but go for it if you can find out how to do it. I'd love to see. just sort of making it up around the corners here because there's nothing on my mock-up that handles what these corners look like. Yeah, you bringing in these light sections really is making quite a big difference, I think. And I'll just use this light blue and white, and it'll take those yellows down just a bit. Just getting that flow nice and even around the star. Getting rid of as much white as possible. We're getting rid of the white slowly but surely. There we go. Like I said, it's not that important where the streaks go or what the streaks look like, so long as they're in the right direction. Cool. I think the sky is starting to look quite cool. The next step will be adding the darks, the dark blue, or the blue blue, as I've been calling it this stream. Cool. Let's just touch up the little bits of white that I can see, because we're pretty much almost done with all of the white here, which I'm very happy about. Let's just get rid of it on the corners. Awesome. Cool. I'm very happy with that so far. Now it's time to get some blue blue. So this is Angelus blue. And I'm running out of space on this palette. I'm going to have to clean it sometime. But hopefully I can make it until the end of this project. Okie dokie. Sure, 100%. Once I'm done with this stream, I'll check on your mock-up and I will reply. That's pretty cool. I love to see your guys' stuff. If you learn anything, or if you ever do a pair of customs that you learn something from me, please show me. I'd love to see. Alright, so we've got some deep blue here, or some blue blue, should I say. And I'm going to just very carefully, it seems like on this shoe there's quite a lot more dark blue than there was on the other, so I'm just going to be quite liberal with it for now, and then if I have to pull it back, then I will. Ooh, there's quite a nice thick blue section here. that. I don't want these brush strokes feathering off like this, so I've got to try to make them more defined. There we go. Gonna have to add some black in here just now because this is not dark enough. But still, this is my favorite part, when we start adding the deeper colors into the night sky. You know, it really makes it look like starry night rather than just starry squiggles. You know what I mean? There's quite a lot of dark blue here on this side as well. Even going to throw in some different direction ones here, in and amongst the star. And let's throw in some here around the corner. I want to keep the corners darker, just feel like that looks cool. Yeah, I'm liking this dark blue, it looks so good. Okay, some here. It's also going to need black later. Not black, but just some black added to this blue, because this blue ain't dark enough for me. And a little bit here around the corner. Yeah, that dark blue is really making a huge difference in pulling this piece into the night sky rather than just being squigglies. So I'm quite happy with that. Now I'm going to try and pull these dark blues back just a little bit with I think I'm going to put some white down and then try to paint over the white with a little bit of lighter blue. Let's see how that goes. Can definitely just use some pure white for this what is this called? A star. A star. Definitely makes a big difference when you can see that the white has been painted and it's not just open empty canvas. And it looks like in the original he kind of just ignored the pattern and did these little sort of dapperly bursts around this particular star. So I'm not going to argue, just going to do it too. I work better, so much better with music. I always jam to music while I work, and that is probably why I am talking so incessantly right now. Because yeah, I'm not used to silence when I'm working. I like to listen to a good mixture of rock and techno and indie, and I've got a great Spotify playlist that I listen to when I'm customizing. But right now, it's just the sound of my voice. Cool. There's a lot of white in here. It's mostly white in the source image, so this one has also got quite a bit of white. Let's get in there. Okay. Oddly enough, white really makes a huge difference in this. There's not actually a lot of pure white in the actual source image, but it's like the actual brush strokes that Van Gogh uses, they have their own like definition. They're raised, so sometimes it looks kind of like a flash is catching on the edges of an embossed brush stroke. So it's technically not really white that he's using, or at least it doesn't seem that way, but it's just the illusion that's created by these brush strokes. And I think that that's very cool. And using some white is the best way that I can replicate that impression. So, but we don't want to use too much white, otherwise it's going to wash out this image and make it look too chalky. So I'm going to try and use the white sparingly. But not too sparingly, because white's awesome here in this particular section. What kind of music do you listen to, Infinity, when you're working? Do you have anything in particular you like to listen to, or just whatever you can find in the moment? Let's check on the data. Race against the data. 6 gigs left. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're moving. We're making progress here. Right, a little bit of accenting with the white. I think that's so cool. Cool. Classical music's cool. You get to paint around your boss? Or are you just talking about work as in normal work? Sorry, when I was asking, I meant like when you're doing creative work. But when you said boss, you're probably talking about work. Okay, so that is the white done for now, and I think I'm going to toss in some light blue again. Wonder what would happen if I added white to the blue. Let's find out. What kind of blue are we gonna get? This paint palette is getting messy. Okay, let's see. It's quite a nice blue. Kind of want something in between these two. Still too chalky. All of these paints are so chalky. Let's see if this makes any difference. Yeah, that's quite a cool color. Let's use that. Good for layering. Cool. See you in a bit. Okay, let's get a little bit more blue in there so that this is not so stark. Really like these little stars. Let's get a little bit of lighter blue going on in here. Yep, it's gone 4:47 and I've run out of things to talk about. So next time I'm definitely going to have some music playing in the background or something like that. But I am having the best time. Thank you so much everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate your support. Really, really, really do. This is, you know, make it worthwhile. Okay, so I can't quite figure out why these two look so different. So the shoe on the right and the shoe on the left have got such differences, but I can't figure out why. It might just be the contrast of the under section or the foreground scene. But let's see. I'll be able to put the two next to each other in just a moment. Feel like there is more sort of darker blue in the other one, but which darker blue? That's the question. Is it this blue? Maybe. No, it can't be. No, it's not that one. Could be the university blue mixed with the, let's see what that looks like. Well, that is quite a cool blue. It's a bit dark, so I want to lighten that up a bit. Well, this is sort of like a purpley blue. I think it's quite nice. It's not quite as dark as the deep blue. The blue, should I say. Yeah, I like that. I like that blue a lot. I'm glad I mixed up this one. Happy accident. I think I just need a few more, much more. This is good. I like this. This is the sort of close-knit colors. I need more tightness over here. And maybe more yellow on the star, I think. I think the whiteness of the star and the lack of... You know what it is? It's the gift box blue. The gift box blue is missing. It's missing on the yellow sections, and it's missing on the few random parts of the blue. So I think after this I'm gonna throw in maybe what should I do first? I think I'll throw in the light yellow first, and then I'll do the gift box blue. Yeah, I feel right about that. Yeah, so let's throw in the yellow. And some white with that yellow, lots of white with that yellow, because the yellow will be too weak without the white. Somehow the two weakest colors just work so perfectly together in making each other stronger. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But we'll use some white. White and yellow. Lots more white than yellow. Yeah, let's give that a go. Okay, so let's, yeah, that's what I want. Let's go. Perfect consistency as well. Okay, there's maybe a little bit too much. Where did all this green come from? There's a whole lot of green in my ear. Oh, it's because the brush is not clean. It's fine. Van Gogh didn't clean his brush, so I won't clean mine. Let's have a little bit more. A little bit more yellow in there. Yes, I did let that blue get in there on purpose. That green, should I say. Just throw in some few stray yellows here and there. My brush cleaning water is incredibly green right now. It's probably not very good for color mixing, but I'm going to do it anyway. Little streak here, little streak there, here a streak, there a streak, everywhere a little streak. Just randomly dotting them around. These are not really in the source material, but I like to just add little just like very subtle small little highlights here and there, just because it adds to the variety and it pulls the different pieces or parts of the piece together. I did this on the other side as well. A little bit of a stronger yellow bit. Could I use your hotspot a bit? Would you turn it on for me? Yeah, very sleepy wifey just agreed to let me use her hotspot. So that means I get to paint a little bit longer. And hopefully I can finish this shoe before the sun comes up. Alright. Let me just reconnect to a different network. This might cut the stream out for a second or two. Are we still good? Okay, I think we're back. Cool. All right, let's see what we can do with this yellow. Just tiny little splotches here and there. And I just want this to be a little bit more opaque, because in the source it's very strong yellow. Just a few streaks of very strong yellow. The rest is sort of taken up. Okay, now I'm going to take some gift box blue, and from the gift box blue, oh, thanks so much for joining us, Leah. Really appreciate the support. So gift box blue, hopefully this is going to finish up our sky here. Let's add the gift box blue specifically to the areas that are surrounding yellow, as well as a few just isolated areas. I think this is really going to tie the left shoe and the right shoe together quite nicely. So here we go. Oh, I love this color. It's such a nice color. Alright, so just around the yellows, let's add a little bit of this color. Just works as such a great sort of conduit between the yellow and the blue. Let's just bring it into the circle a little bit. And into the sides. Just gonna sort of put it everywhere, just a little bit. Just small quantities everywhere. I feel like this is bringing it into the same sort of we're getting another error message here from YouTube. Let's check it out. Okay. Stream bitrate is too low. Okay, let's increase the bitrate. To 11,000. Okay. Okay, we're back. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay, and at the top here, I'm going to add just a little bit more gift box blue, just so that it doesn't look incomplete up there. Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to leave that there, and I'm going to move on to the bottom, because I'm pretty happy with the harmony between these two color schemes, so pretty happy with that. I'm going to paint the deep blue. Okay, we've got more video errors here. How do I increase that? Okay, that should have helped. Let's see if that helps. I'm not quite sure. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take the... let's take this blue. Just because it's the blue that I got. We'll take this blue and we will use it as a base for covering the ground here. And from there we will use that as a basis for this section of grass. Let's just assume that it's grass, but we'll just use this as a base color. So for this hill. Where's my dark blue gone? There it is. Our paints are drying so quickly because of the aircon. It's simply too hot in here to survive without it. Alright, let's get this dark blue up there. There's some trees and stuff here, so I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take the shortcut here. There we go. Alright, let's use this dark blue to make some variance, some kind of contours in this farmland ground. And then bring it into these sort of horizontal streaks. And around here, I just feel like I'm going to get rid of all this white by giving it a blue base coat at the bottom here. There are going to be farmy things happening here, but I can paint those on top of the blue. Everything must be blue. I just decided right now on a whim. Okay, now while things are nice and wet, because I actually accidentally used a fair amount of wet blue paint here, let's get crazy while it's still wet. So I'm going to get some lighter blue and just streak it in here. Get crazy. Mountainy lines here. And put a little bit of highlights pre-made on these bushes. Yeah, because we still got to make those just now. Give my hills a little bit of definition. And these little farmlands, they can get in a couple of lighter lines just because we're going to have some sort of streaks here. And then we'll take some black and add it to the dark blue to get some kind of an outline here, because we need a solid outline. And there's also some kind of a line down here, a few streaks in and amongst the farmlands, some deep blue needed over here. And next we can take our yellow and a bit of the deep blue and make a green. That's quite a nice green. It's a dark green. You'll see what I'm talking about now. bit of a green, so I'm going to throw in a green line here. What are you laughing at? I don't even remember what I said. There's the bushes. And I'll throw another green line or two in these lines here. And I'll start to paint these bushes really simply. The first time I did this artwork in 2019, this was my least favorite part, these bushes. In a pretty free kind of painting, it just feels restrictive doing these bushes. But the painting needs to be done. And there's some more bushes on the foreground over here. Okay, so I need to add some black in to this green because this green is boring on its own. Just on the top like this. And on the bottom as well. They're not really well defined even on the source image. It's really hard to see what's going on, so I have no problem just making this up as I go. A little bit of making up is great. I'll do the same thing for up here. Couple of dark lines on the farm while I'm at it. Again, not really clear what's going on in all parts of this painting, so just making it up as I go. Here's the tree thing. Painting these bushes, making them a bit abstract, but that's okay. Gonna give them some nice highlights now. Just some more green farmland lines. I'm guessing that's what they're supposed to be, sort of farmland lines. Nighttime. farmland lines. Let's connect here. And then going to add some sort of that iceberg blue. We'll use the gamma blue first, just on the tips of these trees. Oh, they've already got it on them. Lame. But these don't. Like I said last time, I don't want it to be too neat. You know, trees are not always neat. If they look too neat, they're going to look like little green donuts. So I'm just going to sort of dapple the highlights on the tips of these branches, or shrubs, I guess. I think they're shrubs. And I'll come back with some white on there just now. Then I'll take some white paint and I will, in fact, I'll take some grey paint. Oopsie. I'll take some grey paint and I'm going to get started on this church. Okay, so little church. Let's go. Okay, data check. Data check. Down to 3 gigs. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna finish this. Okay, so there's the roof. And this paint is way too wet. It's okay. Cute little side of the church building. And then there's a weird little red looking roof as well. I say it's weird because it's not really clear, like again, it's not really clear what it is that I'm looking at. So I'm just going to use some red and mix that with some grey and a little bit of black. It's going to make like a reddy brown. And we use that to make this other little roof. Just this cute little housey. And then I'm going to take some black and some brown. And I'm going to do the church roof with the black and the brown. Same sort of color as the tree thing. Little doorway in here. Cool. That's looking pretty cool. And then there's like a little attachment to the building here. And it's got its own little roof. and it goes down like that. It's really simple. It's pretty much what it looks like, except it's got this little blue slant to its roof, which I will make with white and blue. And grey. Yeah, cute little house. Okay, so that's the grey house, and then the other one has like, I don't know, blue and brown, like really muddy colored walls. So I'll just make this one. That's pretty much what it looks like, not gonna lie. But there are like some grey accents on the roof that I will still do though. So they kind of look like this. Like this. Cute, man. Cute little ceiling. A little bit of grey white and the brown white. It's a little bit of muddy colours here and there. I'm just making a lot of this up because there's not a lot to really, I can't really see that well down there. Okay, next I'm going to add the white to the tops of the bushes. The ones on the right hand side. Let's just give them a little touch of white. Touch of white. I'm still going to add some deep blue into this mix as well. Just throwing a little bit of white on the roof of this house, just for fun. It's not there on the source material roof of this house too. Oh, it's catching the moonlight or something. A little bit of white just randomly here. I'm going to paint over that with blue, so it's going to kind of disappear. A little bit of white on the field. A little bit of white here and there. Again, this is not because Van Gogh used white. This is because his strokes are kind of a little bit embossed. Okay, so next I'm going to add brown with black. And I'm going to do the tree thing. So brown and black over there. And let's just go crazy. So in the source material, it's very scratchy. So I'm going to, while it's still wet, I'm going to throw some blue in there. And some green maybe. Yeah, I think I'll throw in some. Those are really not pretty colors. A little bit of green. And while it's still wet again, I'm going to throw in a little bit of blue. Ooh, that's way too much blue. Throw in a little bit of black to confuse the blue. Anyway, I wanted to use a little bit of blue in the little bit of dark blue in and amongst the trees. So I'm going to do that, just that now. With a little bit of black. Because it is night time after all. Alright, that's looking pretty good. And use this deep blue just to straighten out this outline here. Add a little bit of streaks in there. Add a few streaks in here too. Get rid of those white lines. Man, I'm really happy with that. Really happy with that. Just gonna touch up the church just a tiny bit because it's a little bit skew. I was sitting a little bit unevenly. Nope, there's no fixing this uneven church. Maybe by straightening the door it'll help. Yeah, I reckon that helps a bit. Let's add a little bit of more variance. I feel like that house is looking a little bit flat. A little bit of dark grey. Yeah, a little bit of dark grey is good. Make it a two-tone house. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. You know what? A couple of streaks of gift box blue in this tree, and then muting it with a little bit more black or brown. Actually it's really working quite well. Yeah, I rather like that. I might just keep that like that. Maybe just a smidgen more brown. Smidgen more brown just to dull these blue bits back a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, let's take a look at these. I am actually inclined to say that these are done. Let's just have a proper look before I decide. Clear up the workspace a little bit. Zoom out. Wow. Okay, so let's have a look. I think that we're done. I think that I'm done. I'm calling it. Here we go. This is the exciting part. Oh, that's nice. Wow. It took me 5 hours and 32 minutes to paint the front part of this pair, and I am very happy with how it's come out. Alright. I love taking the paint off after finishing a project. It is so satisfying. Now, shoe number 1. Not bad for a 5-hour shoe. Don't know what happened. I just keep losing the stream there. And now let's take the tape off of this one. Ah, thank you very much. I'm very proud of these. I think that they were a good project. Let's take this off. There are a couple of touch-ups that I'm going to need to do. Not tonight. But I think that I'm very happy with how these came out. I don't know how people on TikTok and YouTube make such clean tape pulling videos. Mine always break. Always. Every time. Every single time. Wow. Cool. These are pretty cool. Goodness, bad time for the stream to keep cutting out. I'm busy trying to do my reveal. So, these came out pretty cool. I'm very happy with them. That's the one side, and there's the other side. I'm going to take some nice photographs, and tomorrow, when the sun is up, or later when the sun is up, I'm going to do a couple of touch-ups. But on the whole, I'm very happy with that little how to customize Vans, but also how to do Van Gogh artwork. Very stoked with it. Thank you so much for joining me. This was quite a cool experience. Longest video I've ever made, 5.5 hours. Goodness, and I loved every minute of it. So thank you so much for joining, and I'm sure I'm going to do another one sometime soon. Maybe for some mock-ups, maybe for another pair. But yeah, everybody, thanks for your support. Really appreciate it. And have a good night. Wherever you are in the world, have a good night.